Man, it's even better on the 15th read. Oh, hello, I didn't see you there, dear viewers of SCP Explained. I'm on break between supervising SCP-682 termination attempts and inspecting the mops we use on SCP-173's leavings, so I decided to do what all the cool people are doing in their spare time right now. Rereading Chainsaw Man, the hit manga by Japanese author and artist Tatsuki Fujimoto. For the uninitiated, it's the story of Denji, a poor young man from Japan who makes his living hunting devils, dangerous creatures that are embodiments of mankind's greatest fears. But when that living leads to him dying at the hands of a gang of zombie yakuza, believe me, it makes sense in context, he bonds with the legendary Chainsaw Devil and is reborn as Chainsaw Man, an unconventional superhero who chainsaws first and asks questions later. Naturally, I was eager to see how one of our own bloodthirsty killers would fare against Denji's chainsaws of fury, so I selected the most violent, battle-hardened, and carnage-hungry anomaly out there, SCP-076-2, the immortal warrior known as Abel. The two of them have a surprising amount of things in common. Both are effectively immortal and can revive after sustaining massive physical injuries. Both absolutely love to fight with their array of deadly weapons and anomalous strength. Both have been part of experimental operations groups, with Denji being a member of Japan's Public Safety Devil Hunters Division 4, and Abel being an ex-member of the SCP Foundation's disastrous Pandora's Box Mobile Task Force, most of which he later massacred out of boredom. You can probably see why these two really did feel like the perfect matchup. So after forcing the trusty Anomatron 6000 to read every currently available volume of Chainsaw Man, and compute years of Abel's gruesome battle data, I've set up the perfect simulation for your viewing pleasure. And hey, fellow fans of the manga, isn't it horrifying that even we beat MAPPA to the punch of animating this thing? Ah, God, that joke will age poorly if that anime comes out before this. Anyway, let's crank this machine into action and let her rip. Japan, 1997. Everything is roasting in the July heat. Men in Black, Harrison Ford's Air Force One, and Air Bud are hitting theaters for the first time. Everything is right with the world. That's why over in the headquarters of the Public Safety Devil Hunting Department, Denji, our chainsaw-loving hero, is being praised by his kind boss and mentor figure, Makima, a lovable, supportive woman who will never do anything wrong. She even loves dogs. How could a person who loves dogs ever be evil? That very morning, Denji and his Chainsaw Man form manage to defeat the accidentally making a mistake on your tax forms and now you're going to prison devil, who had been terrorizing downtown Tokyo. It was a challenging battle, but in the end, he'd managed to turn the tables and defeat the creature by setting it on fire. Needless to say, Makima was extremely pleased with Denji's work here, but now she had considerably more graver news to impart. She'd gotten word from an envoy of another organization that hunts down dangerous and anomalous creatures, the SCP Foundation, that an extremely lethal entity had breached their containment and was now somewhere in Japan. The entity in question was not a devil, and thereby would be working on a different rule set. Makima opened a file faxed to her by the Foundation. Yes, remember, this is set in 1997, and gave Denji the crucial lowdown. Several hours ago, the entity known as Abel had resurrected from his huge black sarcophagus in the underwater chamber of the classified facility Containment Area 25B. After waking up, Abel had slaughtered his way through the entire base, killing every SCP Foundation operative in his path, and then swimming out into the Pacific Ocean. Sometime after that, he infiltrated a Japanese cargo ship and murdered all the workers on board before steering the ship back towards the land of the rising sun, where he hoped to claim even more victims. Makima told Denji that it would fall to him and his associates to stop this Abel, with a little help from the SCP Foundation's intelligence. But be warned, Abel is an incredible combatant with extreme physical strength and durability, as well as surprising tactical intelligence. It wouldn't be an easy fight, but Makima promised that if Denji won, she'd hug him and go to a nearby karaoke bar with him. Denji replied, "Consider him dead already, Miss Makima." Meanwhile, Abel was walking through the slums of Tokyo, marveling at the neon signs for bars and clubs. His journey to Japan hadn't been an accident. Abel had been to Japan once before, in the year 1605. He'd faced the legendary Japanese philosopher and swordsman Miyato Musashi, considered by many to be one of the greatest warriors in human history. Abel had dueled Musashi, who famously wielded 2 katanas at once, in the hills of the Harima province, where after a tense battle, Musashi cut him down. Abel would not resurrect again during Musashi's lifetime, but the battle gave him a deep and abiding respect for the legendary warrior. Abel knew that if the opportunity ever rose again, he would return to Japan in hopes of experiencing such a brilliant battle yet again. But the industrial and technological boom had changed so much. It was no longer the quiet and pastoral Japan he'd experienced, but a booming epicenter of trade and commerce. He found it all strange and perplexing. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a group of Japanese street thugs, many of them wielding switchblades. They laughed at his strange outfit, which to them looked like an old, worn bedsheet. One of the smarter members of the group had already decided to go home when the others made up their mind to mug Abel. The warrior's extensive tattoos made him look like a Middle Eastern Yakuza Don. The rest, however, were happy to take their chances with him. "Empty your pockets if that goofy toga even has pockets," the leader said, holding up his switchblade, "unless you want to get cut." Abel just smirked and drew a pair of long, obsidian daggers. In the following moment, the alley was filled with screams, then was silent yet again. Abel walked on, breathing a sigh of disappointment at how incredibly mediocre this first fight had been, his blades dripping with fresh blood. Musashi is rolling in his grave, Abel thought to himself. Meanwhile, across town, Denji and the rest of Division 4 were mobilizing. It was him, the serious sword-wielding Aki, and the adorable, pathologically lying blood fiend, Power. They'd been told over the phone by a man named Dr. Bright that Abel would be relatively easy to track down. He's not known for his subtlety. All you need to do is follow the trail of carnage he causes wherever he goes. From the way he talks about him, it seems almost as though Dr. Bright bears a personal grudge against Abel. How strange. Power didn't seem intimidated. She proudly proclaimed,
"I don't think this battle will be difficult at all. In fact, I've faced this Abel before and defeated him handily."
Aki sighed and asked, "When did this happen?"
"Last Tuesday, of course,"
she replied. Power had only heard about Abel this morning, but Denji and Aki had learned better than to dispute her at this point. Suddenly, a large television screen that had been previously relaying an ad for a cutting-edge stereo system cut to an emergency news report. There had been a horrific incident in downtown Tokyo, where a bar had been attacked and most of its patrons murdered by a deranged tattooed man carrying a pair of huge swords. Aki immediately recognized this place. The bar was Yakuza-owned. If this Abel was on the hunt for worthy opponents, it makes all the sense in the world that Japan's iconic crime syndicates would be his first target. Denji, Aki, and Power knew exactly where they needed to go. Over at the bar, Abel was having a whale of a time. Innocent patrons were running and screaming, while the Yakuza engaged in an all-out war with a terrifying, inhuman warrior. Several of them had already been cut down. 2 Yakuza soldiers behind the bar were reloading illegal Uzis and preparing to return fire. Both were sweating, terrified by the sudden, random attack. When they'd shot him before, he'd managed to dodge most of the bullets and expertly blocked the rest with his swords. Who the hell had sent this monster? Was he with the Triads, the Russian mob, or some devil summoned by the Japanese government to crack down on them? Whatever the case, he seemed almost impossible to kill. The 2 men stood back up and opened fire. Abel held his 2 swords and spun like a propeller, blocking all the bullets almost effortlessly. He then produced another dagger, seemingly from thin air, and threw it directly into the heart of one of the 2 remaining Yakuza behind the bar. He dropped to the ground dead instantly, leaving only his friend alive in a bar full of corpses. That's when Abel noticed a decorative katana behind the bar. He smiled and ordered the surviving Yakuza soldier to pick up the sword and give him a real fight. The hapless mobster realized in that moment that this guy was truly crazy, whoever he was. But what choice did he have now? With terror in his heart, the last surviving Yakuza grabbed the katana and unsheathed it. "Good," Abel said, his voice deep and menacing. "Now, come fight me."
Let's see if you last a few seconds longer than your worthless friends, shall we?
He did not. The second the Yakuza ran towards Abel, and the ancient swordsman swiped at him with one of his blades, cutting through the katana and the opponent holding it. A puny gangster never stood a chance against a deadly immortal warrior, and Abel was furious. The last time he was here, he faced a truly expert killer, who even managed to end Abel's life in a single combat. And now he was slaying insects in a karaoke bar. Pathetic. Suddenly, his ears pricked up. He turned to see a red axe flying at his head at incredible speeds. With his superhuman reflexes, he managed to dodge just in time, but the axe still cleaved off a chunk of his hair as it passed. Abel could see the one who threw it standing at the entrance to the bar. It was the blood fiend, Power, who'd made the axe out of her own blood. Standing next to her were Denji and Aki, Denji wielding an axe and Aki stoically observing.
Damn, Miss Makima promised we do karaoke at this bar if I beat you,
Denji said.
You're going down for this.
Abel smiled and pulled out another pair of blades.
Finally, he roared. Warriors who fight the old-fashioned way. I feared the years had stolen you all from me.
Power stepped forward, producing another blood axe from nowhere. She yelled,
"Tremble in fear, Abel. 'Tis I, your arch-nemesis, the mighty Power!"
Abel had literally never seen her before in his thousands of years of life, but he appreciated that these warriors were at least able to match his level of drama. As far as he was concerned, the fight was on. But even Abel didn't know the level of fighting he was getting in for here. As he charged forward, the trio split, immediately surrounding him. Good tactics, Abel thought to himself. Already, this was promising. Aki, who had remained quiet up to this point, attacked first. He drew a tatano knife from his suit jacket and slashed at Abel with impressive speed. But unlike three of the other combatants in this situation, Aki was only human, which gave him a serious disadvantage. Abel decided it would be best to put him out of commission first. With a quick and brutal kick to the chest, Aki was thrown against the wall with the majority of his ribs broken. Revved up by his own bloodlust, Abel turned to Denji in Power and grinned like a maniac. This was already the most fun he'd had in a long time.
Who are these people? Doesn't matter, he thought. They'll be dead soon anyway.
While Abel was still locked in thought, Power pulled out a comically large hammer made out of her own blood and brought it down towards Abel. He was surprised by the sudden attack. Did this girl have the same weapon-producing powers as him? This just keeps getting more interesting.
"'Tis the end, Abel!"
Power screamed as the hammer came down.
"You have once again been defeated by the mighty Power!"
Again, just to clarify, these two had never met each other. But it was already too late. Abel punched upwards, his clenched fist colliding with the hammer. He hit it with such terrifying force that Power's blood hammer shattered against his knuckles. In that same instant, Abel noticed Denji running at him with an axe from behind. Abel produced another obsidian dagger and threw it into Denji's forehead, dropping him to the ground immediately. Pathetic. Power tried to produce another weapon, but she used up too much blood already. Before she had a chance to make anything substantial, Abel sprung forwards with terrifying speed, trying to land a killing blow. But even weakened, Power was freakishly fast. She was able to dodge his blow and kick him in the ribs, momentarily stunning him. Of course, she took the time to gloat, putting her hands on her hips and laughing victoriously.
"Need a second to catch your breath, Abel. It is to be expected. None can keep up with me,"
she grandiosely announced.
"Perhaps you should just give up and agree to become my servant. I might even teach you a thing or two about fighting."
Suddenly, Abel was standing right in front of her, squeezing her throat with his iron grip. He smiled, flashing teeth, and said,
"If you want to kill, kill. Don't talk."
With a surprisingly minimal amount of strength, he squeezed and heard a crunch from Power's neck. He dropped her limp body to the ground. Lucky for Power, Abel wasn't aware that a fiend like Power can survive an injury like this as long as she's fed some more blood. Instead, he just sighed in disappointment.
"Is that all you weaklings have to offer?"
he bellowed. Aki, barely conscious after being kicked against the wall, remained just conscious enough to activate his contract with a powerful beast known as the Fox Devil. He twists his hands into a strange gesture and whispers the word, "Come," before falling unconscious. But that's still enough. Suddenly, a gigantic demonic fox claw burst through the wall of the bar, spraying dust and rubble everywhere. Abel was definitely not expecting that. He dodged several times as the claw swiped for him, often barely missing him. For its last strike, it lunged forward and raked 4 claw marks across his chest. Abel was shocked by the sudden pain. It felt fantastic. He pulled a long obsidian spear out of one of his pocket dimensions and forced it down through the fox devil's paw and into the ground, pinning it in place. After a moment of thrashing, the claw dissipated into smoke, lending Abel another victory, though even he would admit this was a more exciting fight than the other ones had been. Was that it? Had he gained total victory once more, just like he so often did these days? He was about to take pity on himself when Denji rose up behind him. "How about a rematch?" Denji asked. Abel grinned. He liked this kid. "Challenge me, child," Abel said. "Well, since you asked," Denji smirked. Denji reached into his shirt and grabbed the ripcord emerging from his chest. It was time to go into overdrive on this thing. He gave it a mighty yank, and like the rev of a chainsaw, the madness began. Denji transformed, giant blades emerging from his arms, and his head transformed into a toothy saw blade nightmare. He gave a mechanical roar that spewed smoke. This wasn't just Denji anymore. This was Chainsaw Man. Now this, Abel thought, feeling his adrenaline spike, is more like it. Following Denji's lead, Abel reached into one of his pocket dimensions and pulled out one of his favorite weapons, one he'd only previously used against the mighty hard-to-destroy reptile SCP-682, the Chainsaw Claymore. A huge two-handed sword with the eternally twisting, shredding teeth of a chainsaw ever circulating around it. It was time for Chainsaw versus Chainsaw.
"What the hell are you waiting for?"
Chainsaw Man roared.
"Are we gonna stand around all day or are we gonna fight?"
Abel couldn't have said it better himself. The two charged at one another at lightning speeds, chainsaw clashing against chain sword. The sheer force of the contact was enough to send a shockwave blasting through the bar. It rapidly became a power struggle, each of them trying hard to force their chainsaws out of the stalemate. Realizing that this time he perhaps couldn't win with raw strength, Abel backflipped away to reassess his options. But Chainsaw Man had no intention of giving Abel time to think about it. He darted towards Abel with the weight and momentum of a runaway freight train. If Abel hadn't raised his claymore to parry, he would have been shredded to pieces by the devil's saws in an instant. Instead, the two of them rocketed out of the nearby wall in a cascade of debris, causing everyone on the outside street to run for their lives. The two quickly stood from the stumble. The two quickly stood up, catching their breath.
"Impressive," Abel said. "You're much better than the others."
Instead of replying, Denji briefly retracted his armed chainsaws and grabbed a nearby parked car, throwing it directly at Abel. Abel reacted quickly, cleaving the car in half with his claymore and charging for Chainsaw Man again. Just before Abel could land a lethal strike, Chainsaw Man deployed his chainsaws again, blocking the blow. Abel sped around him trying to strike again and again, but Chainsaw Man blocked every strike with stunning efficacy. Abel was astonished. Few had ever been able to go toe-to-toe with him like this before. He could feel his heart pounding gloriously in his chest. He would give Denji a warrior's death. With a furious yell, Abel brought down the Chainsaw Claymore for a devastating vertical strike, but Chainsaw Man was ready. He arranged his armed chainsaws in a cross formation like a giant pair of scissors and caught Abel's chain sword between them. Chainsaw Man pulled his arms in opposite directions, slicing Abel's mighty sword in half. The immortal swordsman skidded backwards to avoid the fallout, producing two smaller blades immediately. This Chainsaw Man just kept exceeding expectations, didn't he? Abel would need to change tactics if he wanted to win this one. Chainsaw Man was impressed by the speed and tenacity of his foe. For someone who apparently wasn't even a devil, Abel sure packed a hell of a punch. Did he ever run out of those damned weapons? As though attempting to answer Chainsaw Man's question for him, Abel began running around his flank, rapidly producing and throwing blades and axes in a startling volley. Chainsaw Man was able to use his chainsaw arms and face to block most of them, but not all of them. Several daggers and small throwing axes splattered into the tender flesh of Chainsaw Man's chest. Abel had successfully wounded him, and he wasn't done. Feeling a little more confident now, Abel decided to take a different tactic. He produced a large spiked mace from thin air and ran at Chainsaw Man while the devil was still recovering from his projectile attack. With one brutal whack, He sent Denji flying down the street, carving a rut into the concrete beneath him. But Abel wasn't done. While Chainsaw Man was still trying to recover, Abel leaped onto him and began beating him into the ground with his mace. The strikes were so brutal, they shook the earth and sent cracks across the surrounding ground. Then, Abel stopped. He realized for a moment that he was letting his bloodlust get the better of him. This was dishonorable. Where would be the fun in beating this boy to death while he lay on the ground and depriving himself of one of the greatest opponents he's had in quite some time? No, that would not do at all. He'd give him one more chance.
On your feet, boy, Abel said. You fight well. Get up and carry on. I won't let a beast as rare as you die like a common dog. Rise and fight me.
And Chainsaw Man did as he was told. Abel was shocked to see the very ground shatter underneath him as Chainsaw Man burst up through it, all his swords at the ready. The mace was thrown from Abel's hands as Chainsaw Man launched up towards him, all metal teeth and fury. Luckily for Abel, he pulled out a battle axe just in time to block the flurry of brutal strikes from the patron saint of chainsaws. Now this was a fight even Musashi would be proud of.
Yes, boy, yes,
Abel yelled.
This is true combat.
Chainsaw Man replied with the swing of his blades, which Abel was narrowly able to dodge. The two finally landed back down on the ground, and Abel was fast enough to bury his battle axe in Chainsaw Man's shoulder. Before the devil could return a blow to Abel, the anomalous swordsman pulled out a pair of his favorite swords and locked Chainsaw Man's arms in place. Chainsaw Man was undeniably incredibly powerful, but it looked like Abel's superior experience and tactics might save him this time.
What the hell are you?
Chainsaw Man roared.
You've been a worthy opponent, boy. Those are few and far between,
Abel said.
I'll remember you for this.
But before Abel could execute a killing blow, he felt a blood-red throwing axe stick into his back. Abel winced in pain to see Power and Aki about 30 feet behind him. Power was propping Aki up. He donated some of his blood to bring her back to life, and she was just as delusionally cocky as ever. Abel was about to say something, but he already made a fatal mistake, letting his guard down. Before another word could pass the cursed warrior's lips, one of Chainsaw Man's armed chainsaws passed directly through his heart, tearing it apart within Abel's chest. It was a sudden and decisive killing blow. Chainsaw Man pulled his saw back out of Abel's chest, stained with the deadly anomaly's blood. Abel collapsed to the ground, wheezing and bleeding profusely from the hole in his chest. But strangely, as Power, Aki, and Chainsaw Man converged around him, they realized he was smiling.
Thank you,
Abel said, and died yet again. With the battle won, like an incredible Hulk made of metal, Chainsaw Man transformed back into Denji. The trio stood around Abel's corpse, deeply confused as to what had just happened. If this was the kind of thing the SCP Foundation normally dealt with, they all silently agreed that perhaps it would be better not to get involved with them in the future. Except Power, of course, who said,
You two should be thanking me for defeating him. You both owe me drinks for this.
Hundreds of miles away in a black sarcophagus deep underwater, surrounded by professional SCP Foundation divers, Abel's body once again returned. Who knows how long he'd remained sleeping in there. But what we do know is that his deathless sleep was suffused with the sweet dreams, knowing that this world still held worthy opponents, and for Abel, that was everything. Well, hello there, SCP fans. Let's get this out of the way first. You've seen the title and thumbnail, and you're probably wondering, wait, is Siren Head an SCP? And the answer is no. Siren Head is not an SCP. It's a freaky internet monster created by renowned Canadian horror artist Trevor Henderson. Your next question is probably, what's with this crazy-looking server bank behind me? Allow me to introduce you to the Anomatron 6000. The latest advancement of supercomputing owned and operated exclusively by the SCP Foundation. It's capable of a whole bunch of interesting features, calculating ideal containment methods, running state-of-the-art Foundation web crawler software, making and editing fun SCP YouTube videos. But the most interesting feature that the Anomatron has to offer is running hyper-advanced simulations regarding all things anomalous, with data fed into it by thousands of real-life experiments conducted by the SCP Foundation. It's going to save countless dollars and lives for Foundation researchers, but way more importantly, it's going to let us explore all kinds of weird and wacky what-if scenarios that would never happen organically. Could SCP-343 beat Goku or Superman? Who's a deadlier supernatural killer? SCP-106 or Freddy Krueger? Would the world simply explode from adorableness if SCP-999 and Baby Yoda ever crossed those multiversal barriers and met? We can explore all of these questions, along with any others you may have down in the comments. Seriously, comment it, we dare you. But to get things started, we figured we'd make the Anomatron pit the Foundation's lankiest nightmare monster, SCP-096, against the internet's, Trevor Henderson's, Siren Head. Sorry, Slenderman, you're just not cool anymore. So without further ado, let's kick the Anomatron into gear and see how this wild battle plays out. It's time for SCP-096 vs. Siren Head. Ricky and Elliot, a pair of aspiring travel YouTubers from California, were taking a vacation to the Pacific Northwest to spend some time in the area's beautiful lush forests. However, while the duo were both big fans of travel for its own sake, they weren't just here for the trees and fresh air. You see, despite their jet-setting lifestyle, Ricky and Elliot's subscribers and views hadn't exactly been phenomenal lately. Turns out hiking vlogs and GoPro footage of the two of them jumping into absurdly blue water in Bali weren't exactly that interesting to people who weren't actually there. But Ricky had formulated an ingenious plan to pull the two of them out of obscurity. They would hunt down and film real footage of the legendary Siren Head, a supernatural monster said to haunt forests and isolated graveyards. There were plenty of fakers out there on YouTube, but if the two of them could get real footage of Siren Head, and also preferably survive the experience, they'd be framing their golden play buttons in no time. But they were already encountering certain issues. For starters, the two Californians had severely underestimated just how cold it was in the Pacific Northwest, and as such, were already shivering from bone-deep cold. The second issue was food. While the two of them had thought ahead and brought a selection of tasty protein bars, they'd also gotten hungry during the early hours of their walk and eaten all of them, leaving them feeling severely out of luck by the time dinner rolled around. And the third and perhaps most problematic issue of all was the fact that Ricky and Elliot didn't exactly have a great sense of direction. During all of their previous trips, they'd been on guided tours with local experts. In this instance, wanting to take all the Siren Head glory and clout for themselves, they decided to come in alone, with the incredibly janky Google Maps app to guide them. As such, as the night was creeping in, the two aspiring YouTube celebrities had no idea where they were. Needless to say, it wasn't exactly an ideal situation. And to make matters worse, Ricky and Elliot had been experiencing some strange feelings for the last couple of hours when they'd gotten particularly deep into the forest. That dread-inducing sensation of being watched by something lurking just out of sight, a gaze with some unknowable and darkly malicious intent boiling behind it. These two poor saps had no idea what was in store for them tonight. And wouldn't you know it, the one watching them right now wouldn't even be the only monster after them. After an expectable amount of bumbling and buffoonery, Ricky and Elliot managed to gather up enough tinder to make a semi-respectable campfire. They could sleep out here tonight, then set off in search of Siren Head or civilization, whichever came first, in the daylight the next day. The duo did what they could to remain chipper in spite of the ominous circumstances. Sure, they were trapped in the depths of the woods alone, but think of the amazing vlog footage they'd get. They'd be like the next Blair Witch crew, except they'd live, hopefully. But as the duo sat next to their campfire, they felt that ominous sensation again. The hairs on the back of their necks started standing up. They felt shivers that didn't just come from the cold. More and more they started to feel certain that something in this forest was watching them. Something ancient and powerful and evil. That's when they heard the telltale crackle of radio static, and their skeletons almost jumped out of their skin. Could it be him? The patron saint of gone missing without a trace, of creeping dread, of bad things coming. Siren Head himself. Both men fell silent. All they could hear was the crackling of their own fire. Had the sound before just been an illusion? A product of a pair of paranoid minds also predisposed to sense siren-headed monsters lurking amongst the trees. They'd been reading about a higher rate of disappearances in this area, along with a number of frightening sightings of tall, thin beings and radio static that seemed perfectly consistent with Siren Head activity. That's why they'd come here in the first place. But had they come here to their deaths? The two needed to distract themselves, or they'd go mad from the paranoia. They decided to share a few fun little anecdotes of the travels they'd had before meeting one another, showing the photos they'd saved on their smartphones. Ricky had been to Hawaii, Tahiti, Bora Bora, Fiji, St. Lucia, and the Maldives. Clearly, he liked his vacations warm and sandy. Elliot, on the other hand, tended to like his trips to be a little more adventurous. He'd seen volcanoes, waterfalls, deep and treacherous cave systems, and, of course, a little guided mountaineering. One photo that Elliot showed Ricky was particularly breathtaking. He was standing in the foreground of a snowy landscape, with an incredible mountain range behind him. When Ricky asked Elliot where exactly he'd taken this picture, strangely enough, he drew a complete blank. Maybe somewhere in Canada or Siberia or something like that. But it was a hell of a trip, whatever the case. He remembered having a great time. It was such a tiny detail, but when looking at the photo, Ricky couldn't help but notice something in the background, a speck of white. Sure, not exactly newsworthy in the snowy mountain range, but this wasn't snow. It was a speck of white that seemed to be a slightly different shade than the rest of the mountain. Strange. Perhaps it was just some tiny particle stuck on the lens whenever the photo was taken. The two continued to chat and warm their hands against the fire, having no idea of the horror they'd just awoken in doing so. Over 100 miles away, at an SCP Foundation containment site, researchers and guards walked around the perimeter of a huge airtight metal cube, reading off diagnostics and audio recordings. For reasons that should be obvious to everyone who's a fan of this channel, there were no camera feeds coming from the inside of the great metal cube, only a faint whimpering sound, like a sad, wounded animal, and the clanking of pacing feet moving back and forth over the metal, dragging forlorn knuckles. It turned every head in the room when the crying started to get louder. Soon it wasn't just quiet weeping, it was a series of horrendous, slobbering sobs, wails of pure pain and despair. Someone in the room screamed, "Close your eyes and hit the deck!" Knowing exactly what had happened. They learned well enough from the infamous Incident 096-1-A containment breach that there was no way of stopping this thing until it run its course. The best they could do was minimize their own fatalities in the process. Everyone in the room did as they were told, hitting the ground, closing their eyes, and covering them with their hands just to be safe. That's when the solid steel of the cube was torn open like crepe paper, and the howling, raging SCP-096 broke free, galloping on all fours through the nearest wall, shattering it, and spraying debris everywhere. As mobile task forces were dispatched to track the rampaging abomination and try their best to clear the path ahead as it sought out its target, one thought was going through the minds of everyone in the room. Woe betide the poor fools who saw that monster's face. Back in the deep dark forests of the Pacific Northwest, the presence of some unnerving force was becoming far harder to deny for Ricky and Elliot. They heard the sounds of garbled voices out in the woods, the squeals and crackles of radio static. They saw shapes moving amongst the trees, tall and thin, like long, spindly limbs. While neither wanted to voice their fear, they were both thinking similar things. If there really was a monster out here, why hadn't it killed them? It had all the time in the world to do it. But that was just it, wasn't it? It had all the time in the world, so why rush? It had every advantage. It could take its time and do this exactly how it wanted to. Ricky and Elliot had made themselves the perfect prey, and as they saw a huge, lithe figure suddenly separate itself from the trees, they began to wonder if it was really worth it to risk both of their lives for YouTube clout. Either way, it was now probably too late for regrets. Ricky and Elliot's jaws fell in horror as the monster emerged from the darkness before them. They recognized the awful, mottled skin stretched over the monster's 40-foot frame. They saw the grasping hands, and up above, the nightmarish faceless head split into a pair of sirens pointing in different directions, each one filled with gnashing teeth and slithering tongues. It was even more terrifying than they could possibly have imagined. Siren head speakers crackled into life and hissed out,
9, 18, 1, child, 17, remove, vile.
Ricky and Elliot stumbled backwards as Siren Head advanced, its speakers still bleeding hateful static. Neither could move or speak, only watch as its long, gnarled fingers reached from the dark to grasp them. There was a terrible pained wail in the woods after that. but it wasn't coming from Ricky, Elliot, or Siren Head. It was distant at first, but soon became louder and louder as the force's point of origin came barreling towards them. Even Siren Head couldn't help but turn to see SCP-096, a flash of terrible white fury, come charging towards them in the dark, knocking down all the trees in its path. Leaves and pine needles scattered, trunks exploded into splinters. Nothing would stop the Shy Guy from claiming its prey. Nothing would stop it from destroying Ricky. And now, as it approached, Elliot made the fatal mistake of looking at its face, too. 096 lunged, ready to go in for the kill, when Siren Head's hands closed around the Shy Guy's slender torso. In one fluid motion with surprising strength for its scrawny build, it hurled the Shy Guy into the distance, smashing another several trees in its path. The words,
"My prey, mine,"
hissed out of its speakers. But 096 was only down for mere moments. It sprung back up on its hind and forelegs and started galloping towards Ricky and Elliot again, who were still frozen in place. This time, just before the Shy Guy's terrible claws could close around the two hapless wannabe YouTubers, down came Siren Head's clenched fist, pounding 096's head into the dirt. Overhead, mobile task force helicopters circled, wearing their scramble goggles and trying to get a visual on the situation unfolding below. They could hardly believe what they were seeing down there. Was some other unclassified anomaly managing to intercept 096 in its rage state? Only a handful of anomalies on record have ever been shown of being capable of such a feat. It seemed that they were dealing with something serious here. Down below, the battle continued. Siren Head had a unique advantage over most other combatants facing SCP-096. It was an extra-dimensional being with no eyes, merely an innate psychic awareness of its victims around it. Not unlike how SCP-096 detect people seeing its face in photographs or videos, without need for any kind of direct contact. As such, it was impossible for Siren Head to see the Shy Guy's face, and thus impossible for the Shy Guy to ever actually direct its aggression against it. Whether or not 096 would kill steal Siren Head's intended prey was another matter entirely. In the night's first minor miracle, Ricky and Elliot remembered that they'd been born with working legs and decided that right now would be an excellent time to use them. They turned and began to run while Siren Head continued beating the Shy Guy into the dirt, sprinting with all their might. However, the growing distance between them only aggravated the Shy Guy further. It sprang out from the dirt with unstoppable force and broke away from Siren Head's grip. The Shy Guy never wasted time, ever. It always made a beeline for its intended victim with one directive in mind: total annihilation. Tonight is no different. Ricky and Elliot screamed as they heard its pounding gallop on the ground behind them. Closer, closer, closer. Then suddenly, defying all spatial reasoning, Siren Head emerged out from the darkness between Ricky, Elliot, and 096. Being 40 feet tall, Siren Head dwarfed even the Shy Guy. It lunged and grabbed the wailing white monstrosity, holding it as one would a particularly vicious cat, and trying to keep it in place. Siren Head wanted to crush the monster's bones and carry on stalking its feeble human prey, who were currently in the process of getting away, but somehow that was impossible. It was almost like the monster had an indestructible skeleton. Up above, the mobile task forces continued observing this clash of the Titans from their two helicopters. Seeing how Siren Head was somehow doing a serviceable job of subduing the Shy Guy, one of the task force members joked, "Maybe we should hire this guy." Another chimed in, "I don't think we have any ballistic vests in his size." The laughter soon turned to screams when Siren Head hurled 096's flailing body up at one of the helicopters with incredible force, knocking it out of the sky. It careened down to the ground, a ball of fear and violence before exploding. Anyone who survived the initial blast was unlucky enough to have seen the Shy Guy's face. Their screams rang out briefly before being abruptly silenced by the monster. Helicopter Alpha had no survivors. Meanwhile, Ricky and Elliot had kept running until their lungs burned and their muscles pumped thumbtacks. Seeing that the chaos was so far behind them now, they took a moment to stop and breathe, recomposing themselves. In the second minor miracle of the night, it looked like the two of them had actually survived this ordeal. Those two horrific monsters had canceled each other out, but Ricky and Elliot were about to learn a harsh lesson. They really weren't that lucky. The last thing the two of them ever saw was Siren Head emerging from the darkness once more. The last thing they ever felt was the monster's terrible gnarled fingers curling around their bodies, too fast for them to escape. and the last thing they ever heard was each other's screams, followed by a sickeningly meaty crunch. Elsewhere in the forest, SCP-096's wails died down to its usual maudlin sob. The rage state had ended. All of its targets had been destroyed. It just hadn't been the one to do all of the destroying, per se. Not long after that, Helicopter Bravo descended safely, and the remaining MTF members closed around the blubbering beast. Someone black-bagged it, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that was at least one monster taken care of tonight. "What about the other one?" the MTF lieutenant asked. The team's commander shook his head and said, "Let's worry about that freak later and get 096 back to containment. This place gives me the creeps."
Smoke rises high above Site-19 as the best and brightest of the SCP Foundation try in vain to contain the chaos unfolding in their flagship containment facility. Guards and Mobile Task Force operatives bust out the heavy artillery to face off against the rampaging Doombots, humanoid machines fitted with advanced armor, laser weaponry, and even rocket propulsion. Some of the deadliest anomalies, from SCP-682 to SCP-106, have escaped and are prowling through the halls looking for prey. Members of the shadowy O5 Council, positioned across the globe with one orbiting the Earth in their own private space station, begin to panic. They need to hunker down. All evidence points to the frightening fact that if Site-19 falls, their locations will be compromised, and whoever is doing this will be after them next. It will mean the complete destruction of the SCP Foundation as we know it. If the Site-19 domino falls, it could be over there and then. A salvo of rockets descend upon the exterior of the site, lighting up the outer defense systems. Ground-launched mission defense systems are somehow bypassed, shut down by the technical know-how of some beyond-genius hacker. Fences and perimeter walls are destroyed. Guards' towers collapse as sniper fire from the desert take out the guards. In the vast desert surrounding Site-19, a mirage shimmers. But this is more than a mirage. The air wobbles, and out from the distortion steps an army, armed with explosives, melee weapons, and advanced lasers. Their chests bear the logo of the nation of Latveria. Each one advanced with a fervor of furious zealotry. They're willing to kill and die for their master, and if everything goes to plan, they will be planting the same flag they now fly over this building by nightfall. As their robotic brethren and the same anomalies that the Foundation vowed to contain destroyed the organization from within. Who could possibly be behind such a daring attack? Who could operate both beneath and above Foundation suspicion, crafting a meticulous plan to strike at their weakest and potentially even take an advantage over the most powerful organization in human history? It could only be Victor Von Doom, or Dr. Doom if you're feeling formal. Genius inventor, combatant, and sorcerer, dictator of the Eastern European nation of Latveria, and one of the most powerful and terrifying supervillains of all time. If they wanted to have any hope of repelling this attack, the SCP Foundation had their work cut out for them for once. But before the chaos before the assault on Site-19 that could potentially turn the tide of Dr. Doom's war against the Foundation, before he even created or set his plan into motion, how did Dr. Doom and the Foundation find themselves at each other's throats? It began, as many of Dr. Doom's diabolical plans do, with one of his jaunts through time. Thanks to a fusion of arcane sorcery and impossibly sophisticated technology, Doom had long since cracked the secrets to temporal manipulation and even interdimensional travel. He could theoretically go anywhere and any when that he pleased, so he liked to satisfy his megalomania by keeping an eye on the future. And on one trip into the future, Dr. Doom did not like what he saw. In the future he arrived into, the world was a scorched and nightmarish hellscape. Human beings were no longer the dominant force on the planet. Many billions had been wiped out, and what remains labored in agony under the rule of a demonic crimson tyrant, the Scarlet King. The only remaining culture was that of the Davites, monstrous people advanced as they were barbaric. Acts of murder, human sacrifice, and cannibalism take place in the center of their blood-stained cityscapes, and outside of these cities, where the Scarlet King is worshipped as a god, terrible monsters hunt human prey. Doom is aghast behind the cold, neutral expression of his mask. Who could have allowed this to happen? Dr. Doom quickly left this ruined hellscape of a timeline and set about his new project, finding out what exactly led to such a horrible fate befalling the world, and what he'd need to do in order to stop it. You might find it confusing. Why would Dr. Doom, a practitioner of black magic, a tyrant and a proud supervillain himself, hold any stock in saving the world from the future that he'd seen? Simple. For Doom to rule the world, there needed to still be a world to rule. He didn't want the wanton destruction and death you'd find under the bloody fist of a chaos god. The structured order and control of a totalitarian was far more his style. While locked away in his fortress in the capital of Latveria, Dr. Doom and his network of agents across the globe began to discover some fascinating things. There was an organization, operating in absolute secrecy, working under the stated goal of securing, containing, and protecting anomalous entities, objects, locations, and general phenomena. They served under the mysterious auspices of the O5 Council, a group of 13 individuals scattered across the globe. With the ultimate cache of anomalies in their clutches, it could be argued that they were the most powerful people on Earth, a fact that Dr. Doom found fascinating. They styled themselves as Earth's protectors, but their arrogance would lead to its destruction. Poor decisions, weakness. Clearly, even with all that power, they couldn't be trusted. The human race would be better off with the power of the SCP Foundation in the titanium clutches of Victor Von Doom. And so began his grand plan to shift the balance of power in the anomalous world. But even though Dr. Doom was supremely confident in his resources and abilities, he wasn't a fool. He knew that this foundation was packing incredible power, from their vast stocks of anomalies to technology far more advanced than most of the human race had access to. In fact, it was a game of cat and mouse now. If Doom overplayed his hand, then the Foundation could easily open a file on him and begin mounting countermaneuvers against his forces. He didn't fancy spending the rest of his life separated from his armor, locked in a cell surrounded by Scranton reality anchors and thaumaturgic seals. His empire destroyed, his assets liquidated, his most loyal lieutenants either killed, contained, or mind-wiped with amnestic treatment. As much as he was aware of his own strength, that was a possibility he could not risk. The first step of his plan was simple. He needed people on the inside. From Doom's research, he found that the Foundation had an incredibly strenuous vetting process for all new applicants. It could take him years to create the perfect candidate, give them a foolproof background that would pass the Foundation's smell test, but without the liberty of time, seeing as an apocalypse was on the way, he needed to try an alternative. The trap was laid in Serbia, where Doom's Latvian agents were deeply embedded in stay-behind operations after the Yugoslav wars. Using some of Doom's thaumaturgic technology, they created the most classical of supernatural creatures: zombies, shambling flesh-eaters terrorizing remote Serbian villagers. A few innocents died, of course, but Doom had never really been averse to collateral damage in his schemes. It wasn't long before a Foundation field agent was dispatched to look into the case, setting the next stage of Doom's plan into motion. The agent was zip-tied and black-bagged, then teleported back to Doom's inner sanctum in Latveria. They only had a few-hour window to get this right before the Foundation started to suspect. Doom once again reapplied his scientific and occult genius. He had his mother's genes to thank for that, to create a perfect clone of the agent he'd kidnapped, complete with all of the latter's memories, and one key difference: a hidden but absolute loyalty to the will of Doom. With the agent remaining unconscious in one of Doom's many dungeons, the flawless switcheroo was made. The clone was placed back in Serbia to report back to the Foundation, and a wider team of mobile task force agents were deployed to easily mop up the zombie menace. Little did they know, when they returned to Site-19, they were bringing back an agent of Doom with them, and it would not be the only one. Over the month that followed, Doom would perform this same scheme with several low-level Foundation field agents, the kind that flew under the radar amongst the many larger fish that the Foundation had to fry. At night, they would send in detailed reports, feeding their metal-suited master intel about the organization. Little by little, he and his strategists were able to build up a detailed picture of the Foundation, and especially Site-19 from the inside. But if Doom wanted to truly rule over this group, he needed to behead the snake and install his own power structure in their place. He needed to subjugate or destroy the ones who held all the power of the SCP Foundation, the O5 Council. Doom's network of embedded agents closely studied the power structure of the Foundation and did all they could to penetrate the many layers of classification that the Foundation's most powerful members hid behind. Eventually, all of their locations would be triangulated, and with the taking of Site-19, Doom would provide the ultimate illustration of why it's futile to resist his power. They would fall in line, or they would die. Soon enough, the day came. The first domino would fall, then all the others. Dr. Doom alerted his Foundation sleeper agents that when the signal came, it would be time to lower the gates and cause chaos. Then, the signal came. One clone embedded in the central security terminal pulled out a laser weapon and disintegrated the guards around him before they even knew that they were dead. An auspicious start. He approached the main console and began turning off different security protocols. Of course, the failsafes would kick in and keep some of the most dangerous monsters under lock and key, but they'd planned for that as well. Other sleeper agents across the site are awakening. They draw their weapons and start firing on their supposed co-workers. Response time will be slower than expected, given the first layer of security has already been kneecapped by the clones in the control room. But now it's time to really get this party started. Embedded agents in the containment wing move in towards some of the most dangerous anomalies in the site, the kind whose containment procedures are protected by failsafes upon failsafes. The agents unveil their smuggled tools. Adamantium chainsaws, a handy little invention that Dr. Doom created when he needed to perform brain surgery on the Incredible Hulk. But they were equally effective at carving through the reinforced metal of containment chamber doors. Soon, a legion of deadly anomalous monsters, chief among them SCP-682, would be wandering the halls of the SCP Foundation, maiming and killing everyone they encountered. From the outside, mobile task forces were dispatched with the intention of getting this chaos under control. That's when Dr. Doom activated the next phase of the plan, the outside assault. Doombots, the deadly cloaked robotic emissaries of Dr. Doom, each one mapped on his own diabolical consciousness, made their move. They sprung up from under the sand, flew in from the sky, marched in from the mountains, releasing an onslaught of lasers and missiles onto the Foundation fortress. The guards, most of which were armed with pistols, submachine guns, and assault rifles, are easily outmatched. Their bullets can't even penetrate the thick armor of the Doombots, leaving them disadvantaged in the opening salvo. Many fall dead as lasers cleave through them. Then descends the Latverian shock troops, devoted acolytes of Doom, teleporting into the desert to lead a grand assault on Site-19. With them and the Doombots, and the clones working to undermine the Foundation's efforts inside, it looks like the forces of Doom might have this one in the bag. Until the arrival of MTF Nu 7, Hammerdown. Tanks and armored all-terrain vehicles roll in. Attack helicopters descend. F-35s scramble far above. Hammerdown is a battalion strength force equipped with some of the Foundation's most dangerous and advanced weaponry. With this piece on the chessboard, the battle was far from assured. High-powered rifles and EMP weapons turned the tables on the Doombots. While they previously seemed unbeatable, now they were dropping like flies. The Latverian militants, despite their weaponry, also found themselves coming up short against the superior training and tactics of the Hammerdown agents, whose skills had been honed in real combat scenarios against terrifying, anomalous opponents. They routed the Latverians, cutting off their supply lines and splitting their forces. They went from an organized fighting force to a panicked rabble of supervillain worshippers. Back in his Latverian palace, Dr. Doom was watching. His heartbeat didn't even raise as he watched his troops and Doombots falling left and right. He didn't want to get his gauntlets dirty if he didn't have to, but if the situation called for it, he was happy to be the titanium finger on the scale. Dr. Doom teleported into the heart of Site-19. Guards and members of Hammerdown unleashed hell upon him, but the bullets merely ricocheted off his almost indestructible armor. The Doombots were, when push came to shove, just a pale imitation of their ultimate leader.
You think you have this situation under control,
He growled.
Your pitiful Foundation, pretenders to the throne.
You think you can order the world from the shadows. You think it can be saved without being changed. I alone have the power to save the world, to bring peace and order. I am not the treatment. I am the cure. I am Doom. The guards went in to try to subdue Doom physically, but his directed energy blasts sent them careening into the nearby walls. He stomped through the halls, beating or blasting anyone who dared get in his way. Of course, it wasn't long before they decided not to engage at all. It did about as much good as trying to hold back an advancing tide. Doom, remembering the schematics of the base by heart, walks effortlessly, hacking or smashing through any barrier in his way, until he reaches the office of the site director. With a swift kick, he knocked down the door and entered the room, grabbing the site director by the throat.
I have come to bargain,
Doom said. A week later, a new meeting of the O5 Council had assembled in the aftermath of the attack, deciding the best way to reconsolidate their resources, restructure their departments, and better prepare for the future. As the meeting was called to order, O5-1 addressed his fellow council members.
We realize that things have been difficult lately, but in the middle of adversary lies opportunity. In the aftermath of this setback, I am confident that the SCP Foundation will rise from the ashes and become a more powerful and effective organization than it has ever been before, he said to measured applause. Which reminds me, before we proceed with our agenda for the day, I would like to introduce our new council member. Welcome to the Foundation, O5-14. At the head of the table, O5-14, perhaps better known as Victor Von Doom, nodded approvingly.
Thank you. I am pleased to be here,
he said.
Now, let us discuss my new plan regarding management.
SCP-999, also known as the Tickle Monster. It's one of the most adorable, beloved, and undeniably wholesome anomalies ever to exist in the SCP Foundation's containment facilities. Its mere presence can cause joy and comfort, cure depression and other mental illnesses, and even sometimes cause violent and unpredictable creatures to really mellow out. If you're a fan of this channel, chances are that you're a big fan of SCP-999 too. But that doesn't mean everyone is on board. As we all know, there are plenty of entities and groups in the SCP universe that are downright evil, and as a result would love to see this little blob of pure joy crushed to a pulp or sacrificed to a cosmic horror. But you can't ever underestimate. Wait a second, is that a containment breach alarm? All Foundation staff members report to the affected cell immediately. It looks like an SCP has escaped containment and is now in our world? That's right. SCP-999 has broken out of SCP Foundation control, and now you can finally have a Tickle Monster of your very own. In plush form. This super adorable plush from SCP Swag is 11 inches of huggable, squeezable joy, and now that the Tickle Monster is out of containment, you can bring it into your own home. Tickle Monster plushies are available for pre-order now, and all orders made in the next 10 days also get a special limited first edition card. Worldwide shipping is also available, so go to scpswag.com right now and pre-order your own Tickle Monster. And let us know in the comments what SCP anomalies you want to see in plush form next. But as we were saying, you can't ever underestimate SCP-999. Not only has it tickled SCP-682 into submission, there are also certain theories floating around the Foundation that it will one day grow so powerful, its forces of pure goodness and joy can overthrow the Scarlet King himself. That's why today, we're throwing the Tickle Monster into a kind of royal rumble with all the baddest dudes the Foundation has ever encountered. And we're going to give our theories on how SCP-999 might somehow find the good in even the blackest of hearts. First, SCP-096, the Shy Guy, a killing machine so brutal, direct, and opaque in its motives that some have even questioned whether it actually has sentience. However, we'd personally stake our claim that it does. When a photo of this savage beast was taken with SCP-978, the Desire camera, a camera that shows the deepest desire of its subjects, it revealed that the Shy Guy secretly just had the desire to disappear. Not only does this suggest that the monster may not actually like killing people, but the very idea that it can have a desire also implies some level of intelligence. But how would SCP-999 enter the mix? Well, we know that 096 is an anxious creature,
It spends the majority of its time just pacing its cell, and when someone sees its face, it begins sobbing uncontrollably before entering its rage state. Does this sound like a happy entity to you? If the Shy Guy encountered 999 at its full joy-giving power, we'd personally think that it might finally chill out a little. Perhaps it'd take a moment to breathe and contemplate life a little more. Maybe it would wonder why it's so ashamed of its face and feels the need to hunt down and kill anyone who sees it. After all, there are much uglier anomalies, like SCP-106. He's the next monster to join this weird, wild cage match against SCP-999. While 096 is violent, 106 is downright malevolent. He's not just sentient, but extremely intelligent. The old man loves causing pain and suffering for his own perverse pleasure, just as much as heavy hitters like SCP-682. So surely 999 would have its work cut out for it here. Well, not necessarily. There are two leading theories about who 106 actually is, one being the Scranton theory, and the other the Corporal Lawrence theory. The first dictates that 106 is the result of Dr. Robert Scranton, physically and mentally transformed by his time in SCP-3001, the terrifying Red Reality. The second theory was that he was a World War I soldier known as Corporal Lawrence, whose anomalous encounter in the trenches turned him into the beast he is today. In either case, he's a man shaped by pain and anomalous trauma. Much like 096, the Desire camera revealed an insight into 106's mind. His greatest desire consists of him walking across a field towards an old house, where an old woman smiles and waits for him. Many believe this old woman to be his estranged wife. Perhaps an encounter with SCP-999 would cause 106's sadism to abate, reminding him of the humanity he once had. Maybe he'd become a kindly old man in the aftermath, who prefers Werther's originals to violence and spinning long, rambling yarns about the war rather than chasing people around his terrifying pocket dimension. It's a thought so sweet it could almost make you sick. Thankfully, one of our favorite doctors is next on the list, specifically the Plague Doctor, SCP-049. While he definitely isn't as dangerous or malicious as either of his predecessors, 049 has racked up quite a body count in his hundreds of years of operations. He sees pestilence everywhere he goes, except within, and can kill with a mere touch. However, his deadly touch only seems to apply to non-anomalous animals and humans, not other anomalies. So he definitely couldn't harm 999, and the Tickle monster, conversely, could definitely touch him back. While the Plague Doctor is the serious type, he might not be able to keep his bedside manner after a serious tickling, and we'd be more than willing to hedge our bets on him having the laugh of an angel. While 049 may have folded in the face of 999's tickling wrath, our next contestant is as solid as a rock. Well, technically, as solid as concrete. That's because it's SCP-173, also known as the Sculpture or the Peanut. It shows no emotions and murders anything that blinks in its presence by snapping its neck. But 999 doesn't even have bones, let alone a neck, so SCP-173 has nothing with which to threaten this happy little blob. And what about SCP-999's counteroffensive? If the Tickle monster got its slime all over SCP-173, it might finally reform this statuesque serial killer through prolonged exposure. Maybe after that, 173 will finally give relaxing neck massages rather than snapping them. But while the sculpture may be intimidating, it's nothing compared to an unkillable, mass-murdering Blade Master, right? Of course, we're talking about SCP-076, also known as Abel. No matter how many times he gets put down, he keeps coming back, with unparalleled skills in physical combat and the ability to pull huge blades out of thin air. He also appears to be fueled by pure, unstoppable rage. So how on earth could our adorable little Tickle monster possibly go toe-to-toe with a swordsman who cuts through elite mobile task force soldiers like a hot knife through a D-class? Much like SCP-106, it seems like a lot of Abel's rage is rooted in a deep pain caused by his past. If he truly is the biblical Abel, it's likely that his rage stems from being the very first murder victim, betrayed and killed by his brother Cain, now known as SCP-073. Spending time with SCP-999 might finally calm him down enough to actually work through some of these issues and come to a sense of closure, maybe with SCP-999 at his side. Abel could attend some therapy sessions with Foundation psychologists, until he finally felt as though he'd moved past his murderous urges, perhaps even working up to family counseling with Cain. He could then re-enter society and reapply his expert knife skills and become a Bobby Flay-style celebrity chef, except one who could actually flay you if you got on his bad side. But let's talk about an SCP that's frankly dangerous to even discuss. I am, of course, referring to SCP-2521. Okay, great, I'm not dead. Wonderful, let's carry on. 2521 is attracted to any information about it, written or spoken. It will immediately appear upon the creation of this information and steal either the information itself or the person disseminating it, in the case of verbal words. If someone were to pass SCP-999 a fact sheet about SCP-2521, it would inevitably manifest and prepare to throw down. But perhaps the positive influence of SCP-999 would change SCP-2521's tune. Rather than obsessively stealing information about itself, the being may instead finally open up and speak about itself. We might even learn some interesting things, like the fact it used to have a bowling team with SCP-106 and SCP-049. He also loves knitting.
Oh, come on, not again!
Now how about we go for something a little closer to human, please? SCP-082, Ferdinand the Cannibal. A huge ogre-like humanoid that has a penchant for pathological lies and also devouring human heads. And, well, the rest of the body on, and, well, the rest of the body too, if he's worked up enough of an appetite. He's super strong and has a hide so thick that seemingly no weapon can penetrate it. How could SCP-999 possibly go around with a behemoth like this? Lucky for 999, Ferdinand has an extremely cheerful temperament. If a potential victim can keep him amused, often listening and playing along with his elaborate fantasies, it massively increases their chance of survival. And considering SCP-999 is literally a good vibes machine, there's a good chance that it'd keep Ferdinand so amused that the thought of getting hangry wouldn't even cross his mind. Once again, little SCP-999 takes home the W. But what about a real sadist? A truly heartless monster whose commitment to focused, endless cruelty is genuinely unparalleled. We're talking about the being from SCP-3999. This terrifyingly powerful reality warper hasn't racked up scores of victims, because it prefers the quality of suffering over quantity. It'll select a single victim, trap them in their own personal hell, and spend a literal eternity conceiving every possible torture and torment to break the spirit and body of the victim, never giving them the luxury of death. However, if an entity could turn the tables and break the spirit of SCP-3999, it would be SCP-999. Picture it. Thousands of years where the monster tries everything it can to break the Tickle monster's spirit, only to find its own spirit being broken as SCP-999 doesn't succumb to any of it, and continues to project love and kindness throughout. Could you imagine anything more frustrating for a creature like 3999? Eventually, it would probably get so frustrated that it would let 999 go, and find some hapless Foundation researcher to torture instead. Going up against a single anomalous being, regardless of its power, is one thing, but taking on an entire group is another challenge for SCP-999. What if 999 became trapped in SCP-3008, the Endless IKEA, surrounded by the deadly staff in the middle of the night? Our theory is that the positive presence of SCP-999 would really help the nightmarish, malformed staff of this accursed IKEA turn their lives around, and start creating a more positive work environment around the store. Rather than trying to chase survivors trapped inside the store and beat them to death, they would instead help them find the ideal furniture for enhancing their lifestyle if they ever managed to escape the building. 999 would help them go from horrifying to helpful in no time. It'd be so nice in there that the survivors wouldn't even want to leave. But what about groups of interest? Let's say the Chaos Insurgency has broken into a containment site in another one of its classic raids against the Foundation. Would a group of elite Chaos Insurgency operatives be able to take down the Tickle monster? We think not. While these anomaly-stealing militants may be hardcore compared to your average Joe, they're nowhere near as hateful or irredeemable as the likes of 682 or 106. Chances are, if they've spent any amount of time around 999, they'd experience a sudden sense of mellowness and begin to rethink all of their poor life choices.
But what about the GOC? Those government stooges obsessed with killing any anomaly they can get their hands on. Personally, we theorize that a run-in with SCP-999 and the immensely positive feelings it causes would cause them to reevaluate their entire philosophy on the anomalies they encounter and lead them to restructure their entire organization from the ground up. Perhaps they'd even promote SCP-999 to the position of Undersecretary General, and perhaps even change the meaning of the group's acronym to Givers of Cuddles in honor of their new leader and direction. We can dream, right? But let's end this dream with a nightmare. The Scarlet King, the most dangerous being in the entire multiverse, who is also strongly believed to be SCP-999's real father. Awkward. Can ultimate good someday defeat ultimate evil? According to ancient Diavate prophecies, a terrifying historical culture that worshipped the Scarlet King, yes, it can, if given the time and nurturing it needs to reach full power. How exactly would that battle play out? Well, it's difficult to even theorize, but chances are it'd be a battle of truly biblical proportions. And if ever the Scarlet King did breach our dimension, it's safe to say that you'd want your own little SCP-999 close at hand.
Please, good sir, I beseech you, as a man of science, nay, as a man of reason, you mustn't stifle my research at this critical juncture. You have no idea how close I am to finding a cure for this blasted pestilence. I need only a handful of live subjects to complete my research.
The Plague Doctor's emphatic pleas fell on deaf ears, as a stone-faced researcher took notes on his latest pontifications. The Doctor, whom these clods had reduced so rudely to a mere number, SCP-049, banged his gloved fist up against the wall. And to think he once thought of these men as intellectual equals, fellow travelers on the road to scientific enlightenment. What a positively sick joke. Before the Doctor got another chance to appeal for his right to experiment, the researcher left him alone once more. A truly sad state of affairs. Nobody appreciated a true scientist in this day and age. It was sure to be another day of languishing alone in his cell, wishing he had the capacity to do more. So he was surprised as anyone when the alarm started going off, and the door of his cell swung open automatically. The Plague Doctor stepped out of his cell and into the hall, where many other humanoid anomalies were roaming, confused as to why they'd been suddenly released. What was happening? As it turned out, what was happening was one of the most brutal Chaos Insurgency raids the staff of Site-19 had ever seen. It had been planned immaculately. You see, guards rotate semi-regularly at Site-19 due to the high-pressure nature of the job. Lots of deaths and mental breakdowns, as you probably correctly predicted. Even the administrative staff of the SCP Foundation are only human. Well, mostly anyway. So they're not immune to little oversights here and there. And it's in those oversights that expertly trained Chaos Insurgency infiltration agents make their living. No less than 15 of them had been working undercover in Site-19 for just over 2 weeks, and they did a fine job of lowering the metaphorical drawbridge for a heavily armed invasion force. The guards who weren't plants were quickly murdered by the infiltrators, and even some of the on-site task forces were quickly overwhelmed and gunned down by the high-precision rifles of the Chaos Insurgency's finest. While the frontliners were distracted by the sudden assault, the infiltrators found their way to the site's security control room and massacred everyone inside. Opening every single door in the site was as simple as putting in a few stolen key codes and flipping a few carefully remembered switches. Consequently, while Foundation agents and Chaos Insurgency mercenaries clashed sabers, high-priority anomalies like SCP-049 simply wandered the facility, watching the calamity unfold within. The Foundation was beset on all sides, shot at by heavily armed maniacs, and attacked from within by the numerous roaming anomalous entities that were eager to get their hands on Foundation personnel. Definitely not an ideal situation, to say the least. The Plague Doctor only had one thing on his mind, though.
This definitely won't do my research any good, unless I can escape and find my way to a suitable laboratory. Oh, now there's an idea.
But his scientific fantasies were soon interrupted by a Chaos Insurgency soldier swinging the butt of his M4 carbine into his avian exoskull with a supremely unpleasant crack. The The doctor was dazed by it momentarily, the pain coming at him like a thunderclap, but the insurgent never got the chance to take another swing. Before the insurgent could do anything, the plague doctor lunged out with practiced speed, grasping him by the throat. Immediately everything went black, and the insurgent's limp corpse collapsed to the ground.
Serves him right,
the doctor internally mused.
Soldiers attacking medics is violating even the most basic rules of gentlemanly warfare.
Then another flash of immense pain, as a different rifle butt collided with the back of his head. The doctor fell to one knee, feeling dizzy, but before he could retaliate, he felt the two sharp prongs of a cattle prod pressing up against his neck. The sudden rush of electricity surged through his neck, sending his muscles into a wave of involuntary spasms. The insurgents crowding around him chimed in with their own agonizing cattle prods, relentlessly shocking him until the flashes of white-hot pain soon became an oppressive blanket of total dark. Even on his most cantankerous days, the SCP Foundation had never treated him like this. When he eventually came to, he was still in darkness, standing upright, with high-tech shackles holding every limb in place. It was beyond uncomfortable for the poor plague doctor, but it succeeded in the task of keeping him under control. He couldn't move an inch. There were muffled voices beyond the dark, beyond the confines of this new containment. The modulated gas mask voices of insurgents and something else. Faintly accented, oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Soon the voices were replaced by another sound, the grinding of crowbars levering nails out of cheap wood. With a creaking tumble, a rectangle of bright light opened up in front of him, populated by a number of silhouettes. On either side were Chaos insurgents in familiar tactical garb, and in between them stood a tall, well-groomed man with an expensive-looking purple smoking jacket and a pencil mustache. For a few fractions of a second, his face was a portrait of excitement, but as he took in the sight of the plague doctor standing before him, all the joy drained from his snooty countenance.
What the hell am I looking at here?
The man in the smoking jacket said. The doctor, indignant at such a response from the man who'd presumably ordered his assault, rasped,
A man of science, good sir.
The man in the smoking jacket ignored him and continued to berate the Chaos insurgents, with an odd level of confidence for someone reprimanding trained cold-blooded killers.
I wanted SCP-650, the startling statue, not this clownish Ren Fair cosplayer. What the hell did I pay you ruffians for? I was told you Chaos insurgents were the very best at this, and for your hefty price, I expect excellence.
The rant continued much like this, leaving everyone in attendance, the insurgents, the plague doctor, feeling thoroughly exhausted by him and unable to do anything about it. You see, this wasn't just any Chaos insurgency client, your average tin pot dictator or arms dealer. You know the type. This was the one and only Pascal Leggett, one of the most famous, or rather infamous, anart collectors in the game. He'd been a founding person of interest for years due to his dealings with the Chaos Insurgency and Marshall Carter and Dark Limited, all to the end of expanding his anart collection, but his vast wealth and connections had always shielded him from Foundation probes. For those unfamiliar with the subculture, anart, short for anomalous art, is exactly what it sounds like. Artistic projects with anomalous properties to give it that extra kick. One of the most popular groups of interest dealing in anart is the iconic Are We Cool Yet?, which, incidentally, had recently excommunicated Pascal Leggett for being an exceedingly wealthy, uptight square who really didn't represent the collective's rebellious ethos. And considering his response was to pay the Chaos Insurgency to raid Site-19 for a few pieces for his own private collection, costing him millions of dollars and both groups' many lives, it was safe to say he wasn't taking it well.
Look, we got you that other statue and that thing killed 4 of our best guys, so how about we just call it even?
Said one of the insurgents.
I'm sure you can have fun with bird brain here too.
Pascal tutted and reluctantly dismissed the hired guns. Having the plague doctor here definitely wasn't ideal, especially considering he wanted to host the ultimate anart exhibition to put Are We Cool Yet worthless Sommes-nous devenus magnifiques to shame. But he would make do with what he had. Perhaps he could say that 049 was a commentary on the ever-present nature of disease in mankind's life, and our forever archaic approach to it.
Yes, that would do nicely.
Needless to say, the plague doctor was infuriated by all this. The violence against his person, the kidnapping, the disrespect, and most of all, the interruption to his precious research, especially considering how close he'd gotten to finding a cure for the pestilence. but instead he was soon spirited by a legion of heavily armed goons from his wooden box to a glass one in one of Leggette's many opulent hallways. There were other glass cases on either side of him, and more on the other side of the hall, all too reinforced for the Plague Doctor to even smash through it on his own. Damn it. Leggette's own private art exhibition, probably wedged between his oversized dining room and his jewel-encrusted crapper. Occasionally, Pascal himself would jaunt down the hallway to gaze upon his new stolen art pieces, and of course the Plague Doctor would try his best to reason with him.
I am a patient man, Monsieur Leggett, but this is simply barbaric. By what right do you imprison me here? Is your intention to deprive the world, the entire human race, of my valuable medical breakthroughs? Could you live with that on your conscience, good sir?
There was never any meaningful response. The Plague Doctor soon learned that Pascal Leggett didn't like his art interactive. It was simply meant to languish away in a glass box, being watched, being passively looked at. Those Chaos Insurgency louts hadn't even bothered to bring his notebook or medical bag, so he was without the tools to even perform his experiments. As loathed as he was to admit it, this was even worse than being locked up by the SCP Foundation. But all this wasn't entirely unfamiliar. There was something in the glass box across from the Plague Doctor that he vaguely recognized back from Site-19. He'd never seen it up close, but he'd heard researchers speaking about it, and even seen a few pictures. And such a strange construction it was. A peculiar, haphazard sculpture made from concrete, rebar, and spray paint. Quite ugly, in this humble doctor's opinion, but there was something oddly entrancing about it. And for reasons beyond the doctor's recollection, 4 of Legette's men stood around the glass box in where it was being stored, always watching. The men were frequently switched in and out, as though they were watching in shifts, always fixing their gaze on its peculiar, malformed body. Maybe it was all the electrical shocks and knocks to the head, but he just couldn't remember why Pascal was having the piece so carefully observed. But he knew on some primal level that the secret to this would perhaps be the key to his own escape, if only he could remember. Still, time passed. Pascal drifted in and out, sometimes with guests. The Plague Doctor had learned not to speak. These animals could not be reasoned with. As a scientist, he would instead carefully observe until his observations bore fruit. He noticed that Pascal's guests, all people who looked equally as wealthy and pompous as Pascal himself, all seemed to look right over him, and instead focus on the ugly statue across the hall, still forever observed by any 4 of Pascal's men. Some of them looked actively nervous, just being in its presence. Curious, the Plague Doctor made a mental note of this, just as he did when Pascal gave his guests a reassuring pat on the shoulder and told them,
Please calm yourself. It's harmless while my personnel are keeping an eye on it.
Little by little, the Plague Doctor's memories of his infamous neighbor had begun to return. He knew what he must do to escape. Now all he needed to do was wait for the perfect moment. Soon enough, Pascal's mansion was filled with a bevy of anart snobs from hither and yon. A private soiree to show off his new collection. They wandered the halls in 3-piece tuxedos and designer ballroom dresses, sipping champagne from imported crystal. All such lovely, refined, high society people. And if the good doctor's plan went off as he intended, they would all be such lovely, refined, high society corpses. The Plague Doctor waited until, mercifully, he and the 4 members of personnel watching the sculpture were the only ones left in the hallway. He'd been so good, so patient, that none of the men guarding the sculpture at present had ever heard him make a noise. He was so invisible to them that, in all likelihood, they probably didn't even notice he could make a sound. And that worked for his purposes just fine. Though in any case, if he wanted this to work, he would need to time his plan perfectly. Even a fraction of a second out of place and the whole thing would have dire consequences. Still, the doctor was still a Frenchman at heart, and as a Frenchman, he knew he would rather die nobly in the process of escape than remain captured by this worthless buffoon. He'd be sure to take as many of these men down with him in the process as he was able. The Plague Doctor exhaled deeply, drawing a lungful of air, then bellowed as loud as he possibly could. The sudden, unexpected noise was so shocking that it jogged the 4 watchers almost reflexively to turn and look at him, and in the split second that they did, the Plague Doctor closed his eyes. In the dark, time seemed to move slower. Perhaps due to the doctor's keen focus, cultivated over many a century, he listened carefully to the sequence of sounds: glass shattering, 4 choked gasps in sequence, 4 brutal crunches, then nanoseconds later, more glass shattering. The Plague Doctor's eyes snapped open just in time. Just as predicted, the sculpture, being entirely unobserved, had smashed through its glass case, murdering all 4 members of personnel by snapping their necks, and then smashed through his own glass case to do the same to him. The Plague Doctor had cut it so close, in fact, that he opened his eyes to the face of the sculpture staring into his own, its concrete limbs wrapped around his neck. Very good timing indeed. With a sigh of relief, the Plague Doctor slipped out of the sculpture's concrete grasp and back down the hallway, keeping his gaze fixed on the sculpture the entire time. He had heard it decimate Pascal's men. He certainly didn't fancy undergoing the same fate. The second the Plague Doctor backed around the corner, rendering the sculpture, or as the SCP Foundation called it, SCP-173 out of sight, he could hear terrified screaming coming from the other end of the hall. He was not a sadistic man, but the Plague Doctor would be lying if he told you he didn't take just a little bit of pleasure in hearing that sound. Somewhere else in the vast mansion of Pascal Leggett, the sculpture was slaughtering its way through servants and party guests, while the Plague Doctor searched for some kind of exit. Anyone who dared get in his way was given a swift and merciless touch of death, sending their body unceremoniously to the ground. Anyone in his way was preventing him from finding a cure for the pestilence, and thus endangering countless lives. It was, of course, regrettable to have to kill anyone, but some sacrifices must be made for the greater good of mankind. While it's not necessarily always regrettable per se. On his way out, while the murderous rampage of SCP-173 seemed to distract anyone of note, the Plague Doctor just so happened to encounter a fleeing Pascal Leggett, hoping to find some kind of escape himself. It seemed that now fate was on his side once more. To have his jailer right here in the palm of his hand would be such a perfect parting gift. Funnily enough, Pascal was far more talkative to him now. He rattled off a rapid-fire series of threats, bribes, and pleas, claiming in the end that he never meant any harm. He was the one who freed the Plague Doctor from the SCP Foundation. They were on the same side here. All this was for the art. No offense was ever intended. Pascal Leggett simply lived for art.
Then die for it, good sir,
the Plague Doctor said. And with a single touch, Pascal's eyes rolled up into the back of his head, and he fell to the ground, dead. It was one of the few non-scientific deaths that he felt truly no guilt for. After some time searching, the screams around the rest of the mansion eventually went silent. That did wonders for his focus. It didn't take long for the Plague Doctor to locate an exit, a fine mahogany door with elaborate adornments befitting a man as gaudy as Pascal, and began strolling towards it, his chest swollen with pride and a sense of accomplishment. Then he blinked, and a few feet in front of him stood the sculpture. It was there so suddenly that the Plague Doctor fell backwards in shock, but he devoted everything to keeping an eye on that monstrosity. With everyone else in the mansion presumably dead at this point, it had now come back for him. It stood there staring silently, ready to exact the terrible price for freeing it as soon as the Doctor dared to blink. The Plague Doctor began crawling backwards down the hall, just wanting to put some distance between himself and the sculpture. As the seconds passed, he could feel his eyes drying out until the inevitable blink. The sculpture was standing right in front of him now, gazing down, almost mocking. It had closed the distance so quickly. If the Plague Doctor blinked again, he was sure that his eyes would never open again. All it had to do was wait as the seconds passed, and the Doctor began to feel his eyes drying up again. That subtle sting quickly grew into a nagging pain that could not be denied. Sooner or later, he was going to have to. Bang! The front door flew open, and in an instant the hallway was filled with heavily armed troops, all wearing the familiar black and gray of the SCP Foundation. The Plague Doctor had never been so relieved to see the organization that had kept him locked up for so many decades. For once they'd saved him from something even worse. Of course, the sculpture didn't say anything, but the disappointment of losing that one more victim seemed to radiate off of it like a lingering bad smell. The Plague Doctor willingly gave himself up, and heavy machinery was brought in to pick up SCP-173, with the help of the iPods to make sure it didn't try any funny business in transit. Pascal had gotten away with his shady dealings for years, but the brazen attack he funded against Site-19 was now enough for the Foundation to track him down. When his corpse was found in the halls of his own home with no obvious cause of death, we can happily tell you that nobody was disappointed. By the evening, the plague doctor was happy to be back in his cell. His research could continue here, and in time he knew that the personnel of the SCP Foundation would listen to reason and comply with his demands. After all, science marches on, regardless of who chooses to march with it. But he would forever feel a little nervous in Site-19 after that, knowing the concrete monster he was sharing the building with. He hoped that if ever there was another containment breach involving that thing, that it didn't feel like paying him a visit for old time's sake.
Explosions rocked the asphalt as 18 huge wheels rumbled alongside it. SCP Foundation armored vehicles rolled down the highway after a certain Freightliner FL-86 cab over a semi-truck, which was more than meets the eye. The front of the procession opened fire with the artillery turrets mounted on the back of the cars. Bullets impacted the truck trailer, but did not pierce through because the durability of the target was far too high. In an instant, the Freightliner transformed from a brightly colored terrestrial vehicle into none other than Optimus Prime, who returned fire. The projectiles from his barrage cannon fully decimated several of the vehicles that were attacking him, but more rolled in to replace them. He activated his jet wings and soared above the skyline of the city, blasting more of the pesky humans with his ion blaster. Below, cars exploded as drivers tucked and rolled to safety. On the rooftops, a slew of mobile task force agents dropped their cloaking devices and mounted bigger guns against the surface. With many thunderous reports, the guns bombarded against the metallic body of Optimus Prime. The caliber was high enough to scratch the Autobot's armor, and Optimus wouldn't take that lying down. He brought forth his almighty Energon axe and slashed one of the giant artillery guns into two halves, which exploded. Just then, MTF operatives zoomed into view with jet wings of their own and adapted Energon weaponry. Optimus Prime cringed in pain as the stolen Autobot technology inflicted a decent chunk of damage onto his mechanical form. He tried to retaliate with his Energon axe, but the human-sized targets were moving too swiftly to be struck. Switching tactics, Optimus abandoned his axe and deployed an Energon minigun. The rate of fire was so rapid that it not only caught up to the jetpack users, but also destroyed all of the Foundation artillery that remained on the rooftop. Optimus Prime scanned for new targets, but one found him first. It was SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, who had also grown jet wings in order to reach the heroic Autobot leader and cut into his robotic flesh with its claws. Optimus Prime emptied the clip of his Energon minigun into the imposing scaly frame of 682 and was immediately filled with regret. All the attack had managed to do was give SCP-682 a taste for Energon and the anomalous ability to wield it. Optimus Prime and SCP-682 clashed against each other with weapons of pure Energon before a tense chase broke out across the cityscape between the two of them. In the lead of this race was Optimus Prime, who had converted back into his semi-truck form. Behind the Autobot was SCP-682 in the form of a Tesla Cybertruck, because even the Transformers' signature power was just feeding the ever-evolving combat capabilities of the reptile. The two trucks zoomed into a long tunnel, where SCP-682 demonstrated an Energon harpoon which hooked itself onto Optimus Prime's trailer. Both anomalies swerved and smashed around and through the other cars in the tunnel, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. It was the deadliest drag race in history between a giant robot and an immortal lizard. On the other side of the tunnel, Optimus Prime returned to his humanoid form and ripped the Energon harpoon out of his chest with his bare cybernetic hands. He then launched a pair of Energon hooks from his own arsenal, which stabbed into the partially mechanized flesh of SCP-682 and flipped its newly car-like body upside down. Optimus then stomped directly on the engine pipe-laden underbelly of the reptile until it was nothing more than a smear of oil and primordial sludge. Naturally, SCP-682 started to regenerate back into its formidable combat-ready shape, so Optimus Prime unleashed the full capacity of his Energon weapons and nearly atomized the hard-to-destroy reptile. Even this was not enough to defeat 682, but Optimus Prime used his jet wings so that he'd be far away when the lizard was back to full strength. The rest of his pursuers from the SCP Foundation would be on his trail soon, so he couldn't slow down.
Meanwhile, the intrepid pilots of Mobile Task Force Sigma-9, the SCP Foundation's private air force, are flying at top speed after the Decepticon Starscream in his fighter jet mode. A scrambling sky full of missiles threatened to pen in the alien robot with a fiery doom, but Starscream was faster than any Earth ballistics could hope to keep pace with. With a perfectly executed dynamic turn, Starscream pivoted with his jet turbines and redirected the heat-seeking missiles back into the planes that fired them. The surviving MTF parachuters descended towards the ground, ashamed of their critical loss. A few of the Sigma-9 jets managed to avoid being destroyed in the explosions caused by the fallout of Starscream's slick maneuvers. These lucky few let loose a barrage of minigun fire onto the Decepticon, which didn't do much damage, but was enough to anger the alien warrior. Starscream's ego was punctured more than his metal hide, but in a rage, he smashed through the nearest plane and transformed into his full humanoid shape. He karate-chopped another plane, which spun out and collided with a third, causing a massive explosion. Starscream then launched out a trio of his own missiles, each homing in on a jet and blasted their targets to bits. Sigma-9 wasn't done yet, though. As the reserve pilots moved into formation towards the now extremely maddened Starscream. Using his insane, blistering speed, Starscream activated his saw and carved its length through an incoming jet. The second that the blade of the saw hit the middle of the jet, its engines blew and showered Starscream with debris. Starscream dive-bombed out of the cloud of smoke and sawed through more fighter jets. With a loud and sudden kaboom, Starscream panicked as a missile somehow struck his jet wing and caused him to spin and fall to the ground. As he rose to his giant robo feet, he noticed human-sized combatants racing towards him. It was SCP-2419, the Laughing Men, who started jumping onto Starscream and used their enhanced strength to pummel dents into the material of his body. Starscream retaliated with a furious hatred for these tiny Earthlings, but no matter how much he crushed them and how little mercy he showed them, the Laughing Men could not be stopped. While Starscream struggled relentlessly, several Laughing Men worked together and tore the engine out of his other jet wing. Now grounded, the Decepticon lieutenant was in a dire position and could only hope to temporarily stun his immortal foes. There seemed to be no escape for Starscream, but nonetheless, he deployed his biggest guns to give the Laughing Men a real fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, sand kicks up around the roaring treads of a brutal tank, ripping through the desert as an Apache attack helicopter strafe above, unleashing a barrage of advanced missiles. Boom, boom, boom. It deftly weaves around the explosions, showing dexterity thought to be impossible by a standard M1 Abrams, and that is because this is no ordinary Abrams. Mines explode under the treads, zapping shrapnel into the undercarriage, which has no effect. It keeps moving as the SCP Foundation helicopters chase on. They deployed the heavy machine guns, peppering the metal shell of the tank with bullets. The tank was undeterred. Whoever was driving must have had nerves of steel, or energon. As the helicopters prepared for another volley, the main gun on the tank swiveled towards one of the helicopters and let off an explosive shell. A direct hit. One of the helicopters exploded, killing the men inside instantly. The second helicopter fell back, knowing it would soon meet the same fate as ground vehicles fell in. ATVs fitted with heavy machine guns and grenade launchers flanked the rogue tank from one side, as other tanks controlled by the Foundation were in hot pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. Machine gun bullets and the combustion of missiles and tank fire fills the air, and yet the rogue tank still persists, deflecting or dodging every single hit. Then it suddenly turned and started fighting back. A beam of pure offensive energon laser power fired out, cleaving through several tanks in one and leaving their drivers as burnt-up husks. But the tank does not stop. It forges forward and smashes through the broken tanks in its way as the ATVs scramble to get around it, firing more guns at the rogue tank. Then, with a flash of energon, the tank transformed, folding into the deadly Decepticon tyrant known as Megatron.
All will bow before Megatron!
Bellowed the robot. From under the various metal flaps of his armor, Stinger rockets blasted out, swarming towards the various vehicles dotted at his metal feet. Kaboom! A symphony of explosions rings out across the desert, unleashing deadly radiation that will give people cancer for years to come. Across the desert, a Chinook rampages through the air, making a beeline for Megatron and all his chaos.
Inside, Samsara, the ultimate elite mobile task force, loads its advanced energy weapons. As the Chinook gets closer, they leap out of the vehicle and land in the sand below, wasting no time in firing their weapons at Megatron. The Decepticons were shocked by weapons that would actually hurt him, and quickly turned his ionic cannons against Samsara and returned fire, flipping and pirouetting madly to avoid the lasers. Samsara were undeterred, zeroing in to get closer to their far larger foe, blasting relentlessly. But in getting closer, they fell into Megatron's trap. The Decepticon charged forward with a decisive strike, smashing one of the 4 Samsara members under his mighty metal fist. Then, it was a massacre. He kicked a second, throwing them up far into the air as their laser fired impotently up into the air. Only 2 left, and Megatron grabbed one in each hand. With no mercy, he smashed them into each other, reducing them to piles of corrupted cyborg flesh. Little did Megatron know, a giant cargo plane was hovering high overhead, preparing for another contingency to be activated. The doors in the bottom of the plane opened, and a huge metal box fell from the heavens, plummeting towards the desert floor. The box opened, and out flew SCP-096, like the evil of Pandora's forces, and as Megatron registered 096's terrible face, it immediately entered its homicidal rage state. 096 charged in for Megatron, yelling and screaming, its long arms bounding across the dirt. Megatron deployed a wrist-mounted machine gun and unleashed hell onto the beast, but it shrugged off every bullet and continued its rampage. The Shy Guy leapt, reaching for Megatron with its grasping claws, but he backhanded the beast, sending it skidding across the desert. Before 096 could move again, Megatron zoomed in and punched the monster with his huge metal fist, punching and kicking again and again, alternating between firing energon beams and firing missiles, setting fire to its spindly body. But 096 wouldn't go down that easy. It started punching back, putting dents into Megatron's metal exoskeleton. He tried to block, but the monster was shockingly fast, clawing deep gashes into the armor, bleeding oil and energon. The Decepticon felt a twinge of mortal terror for the first time as he flung the Shy Guy off of himself, sending it tumbling across the desert. In a split second, he took on the form of a jet and zipped into the sky, leaving a deep red vapor trail. But that didn't mean he was out of the woods yet. With a running start, 096 leapt off the ground and jumped onto the jet, still clawing and tearing, screaming relentlessly. His claws dug into Megatron's engines and ripped them free, sending the jet careening down into the nearby mountains and exploding into a great ball of fire and smoke. Is Megatron still alive in there? But we can't worry about that right now. In the middle of a nearby crowded metropolitan city center, Bumblebee, the plucky yellow Autobot, is going toe-to-toe with SCP-076, Abel, the immortal warrior. The warrior presses a huge obsidian chainsaw up against the yellow chassis of his opponent, sending sparks everywhere as the lovable Autobot gave a sharp exclamation of pain. The warrior did not let up. The pain noises from a fearful foe just excited his bloodlust. He kept striking Bumblebee's armor with his chainsaw, hoping to carve through and strike at something vulnerable inside. Bumblebee transformed his arm into his trademark plasma cannon and fired a blast at Abel, shattering the chainsaw before delivering a punch to Abel's tattooed chest, sending him flying back through the office window behind him in a shower of glass. But there was no respite for Bumblebee. Abel immediately leapt back out of the building, now wielding a huge obsidian club from one of his deadly pocket dimensions. He brought it down onto Bumblebee's head before he even had a chance to react, sending the unfortunate Autobot tumbling back down to the asphalt. Abel struck him again and again, each blow somehow feeling more deadly and decisive. Bumblebee did what Transformers do best and transformed, shifting into the iconic yellow VW Beetle we know and love, and driving directly into Abel, beginning a brutal test of strength. Anomalous man versus alien car. Bumblebee had the advantage as Abel lost his ground, the car driving directly into his chest and knocking him against the wall. With one powerful acceleration, Bumblebee could eliminate the diabolical warrior's life. But there was a problem. A young child was running through the ruined streets, passing directly between Abel and Bumblebee. The pragmatic warrior seized his chance, reaching out and grabbing the child, using them as a human shield. Bumblebee, always having a soft spot for humans, was unable to drive forward and defeat his foe. That's when the rest of the elite Pandora's Box mobile task force struck. using energon-disabling technology to freeze Bumblebee in his car form in place and load him onto the back of a secure truck for easy transport. In the Titan-class SCP Foundation containment sites, far from the prying eyes of populated areas, 4 new anomalies remain contained: Optimus Prime, the heavily damaged Megatron and Starscream, and the unfortunate Bumblebee, who had learned a hard lesson from his mistake that day. When dealing with far more ruthless opponents, there's no room for mercy if you want to succeed. Dr. Dan anxiously paced in his cell. It was the only way he'd been able to occupy himself for the past 6 months, save for pouring through files and, when he was lucky, being able to oversee another failed termination attempt. He only stopped pacing when, for a brief and horrible moment, he realized that monster was probably doing the exact same thing in its big metal cube at this very moment. That horrible creature that he'd thrown away his life for a futile shot at killing. Perhaps the whole thing had been a fool's errand. After all, he was formerly a researcher under the employ of the SCP Foundation. Secure, contain, protect. They had truly sadistic beasts like SCP-106, the Nightmarish Old Man, and SCP-352 Baba Yaga in containment cells, and there was no plans to terminate either of them. They weren't the Global Occult Coalition for 343's sake. Why did Dr. Dan even want to terminate SCP-096 in the first place? He tried to explain it to them again and again, but his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. In his mind, the impetus for destroying the Shy Guy was terrifyingly clear. It was a monster that killed anyone or anything that looked at its face, even a photograph of it, even a tiny collection of pixels. When its rage state was induced, it seemed that nothing would stop it. It would have an intuitive psychic link to its victim, charge at them at breakneck speed, and only find its zen again once all of them were dead. And if a picture of SCP-096 was leaked onto the internet, it would cause a chain reaction that triggered an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. There were plenty of creatures and entities that the Foundation knew about that could theoretically bring about the apocalypse, but to him, 096 was the most realistic. It preyed upon the inherent curiosity and thirst for knowledge seated in every human heart. The same drive to simply know that led to the creation of the SCP Foundation would be humanity's doom in the face of an SCP-096 outbreak. And if such a thing happened, the Foundation would need to break the masquerade of secrecy to have any hope of saving humanity. In his many feverish nightmares, Dr. Dan had seen it all so clearly. The first photographs of SCP-096's face would be leaked online. Perhaps a few hundred people across the globe would look, in disparate enough locations that it would be almost impossible for the Foundation to detect and save all of them, as SCP-096 went on its bloody rampage. Of course, as the image proliferated, as images on the internet often do, the purview of 096's violence would only grow. People across the nation would start to take notice, and soon after that, across the world. Mysterious creature causing mass casualties would be the headline on every news desk, because why would anybody want to talk about anything else? Perhaps some foolish reporters would take video footage of the creature. Everyone has a phone these days with high-definition cameras. Pictures would be taken and posted. More and more of it would flood the internet. Too many simultaneous moles for even the SCP Foundation to whack. The news would spread. Panic and hysteria would spread. People wouldn't even know what's triggering all this horror if the Foundation didn't go public and tell them that it was the pictures that was killing everyone. And by then, wouldn't it already be too late? The antidote to fear is knowledge. It's why when anything goes wrong, we're refreshing timelines and feeds and news websites for any kind of information. And if you were told an unstoppable monster was killing scores of people and might be coming to a neighborhood near you sometime soon, wouldn't you want a good look at it? Wouldn't you want to know your enemy? Having no idea that the mere act of knowing was what sealed your horrible fate. By Dr. Dan's bleak estimations, if only several million people died as a result of this kind of scenario, it could be considered a positive outcome. He'd seen it all, but no matter how many times he tried to articulate this to his superiors,
he wasn't listened to. They didn't take him or the threat that SCP-096 posed seriously. Every time he warned of the apocalyptic potential of SCP-096, he was simply told to get back to working on those goggles. It was why he needed to give those naysayers a demonstration. It was why a certain photograph needed to show up in the home of a certain mountaineer. It's why all those people had to die. There was no other way. The deaths of the civilians and the researchers and the mobile task force members were, of course, regrettable, but it was the only way to prevent the deaths of so many more. They gave him what he wanted: permission to put this gangly time bomb in the ground, even if the beast's death was inextricably tied to his own execution at the hands of the very employers who authorized him. The world was full of funny little ironies like that. Another one is that even though Dr. Dan now had the authorization and funding to terminate SCP-096, he was discovering that he lacked another important factor: the capability. They tried incinerating it, exposing it to massive amounts of radiation, exposing it to an insane degree of kinetic trauma, the equivalent of being hit by an out-of-control bullet train. They tested every kind of experimental, off-the-books weaponry that they had access to through various research projects. Proton blasts, lasers, high-intensity energy beams. Nothing. Even when they fried off every scrap of flesh on the monster's body, its unbreakable skeleton still remained, and in what seemed like no time at all, it'd be back in action. Its very existence seemed to mock him. A guard opened his cell door, staring disdainfully at the disgraced researcher. That same guard had slammed his head against a wall a month earlier. One of his friends had apparently been killed in the legendary 096 containment breach that set this whole sordid thing in motion.
"Up and at 'em, scumbag!"
he said in a gruff, surly voice, training a handgun on the doctor he knew wouldn't fight back.
"They need you in test chamber 6.
Dr. Dan allowed himself a small grin, imperceptible to the guard who clearly hated his guts. They'd approved his 096 versus 682 cross-test. Marvelous. How marvelous. To all the others, it would seem like just one more entry in a long line of 682 cross-tests. He thought it darkly funny. In his eyes, the Foundation had no hope of ever killing SCP-682. Its defining quality was being impossible to kill, and it didn't present nearly the threat to the entire world that 096 posed. Their futile attempts to murder the lizard were little more than a money sink to justify the site's exorbitant funding. But perhaps he could turn this to his benefit. Maybe SCP-682 would hold the secret to actually killing off his nemesis. Within 30 hours, Dr. Dan had his disappointing answer. Both anomalies had undeniably done a real number on each other, and Dr. Dan did take a kind of sick amusement in the mental trauma that SCP-682 had induced in 096. But ultimately, it was all for nothing. 682 had skinned 096 alive and melted off its flesh with acid, but once again, that indestructible skeleton stood firm. This had been the 27th termination attempt since the incident. The 27th failed termination attempt, Dr. Dan mentally corrected himself. 096's skeleton kept defeating them. Even their most ardent attempts to penetrate the bones and destroy the creature within had failed. During a previous attempt, they tried to access the brain by putting a diamond-hard drill into its eye sockets. Of course, it was the drill that actually broke, much to Dr. Dan's seemingly tireless frustration. Needless to say, in the debriefing interview with Dr. Carver, a researcher who once would have considered him a colleague, he wasn't in high spirits. If he managed to kill this thing, then he would always be the hero who made a terrible sacrifice in order to save many more lives. If he didn't kill 096, he was little more than the monster who murdered all those innocent people for nothing, though you'd never hear him say it out loud. If it wasn't for that damnable, indestructible skeleton, this monster would be long dead already. If only there was some way to break the creature's bones. That's when it hit him. SCP-173, the Sculpture. A Site-19 icon often overlooked because of its more silent but deadly style, but undeniably one of the most frightening and dangerous anomalies out there. It had racked up a truly shocking body count since it was first interred at Site-19 in 1993, one broken neck at a time. And it's one of the few creatures out there that even the hard-to-destroy reptile himself is utterly terrified of. Perhaps a monster that practically has a PhD in breaking bones would be the ideal candidate to vandalize the Shy Guy's vertebrae. Once his proposal was greenlit for initial testing, Dr. Dan arranged for the Shy Guy, with a bag over his head of course, to be brought into a testing chamber with the ever-stoic SCP-173. When all of the researchers and guards were safely outside, all it took was a single blink to make all of Dr. Dan's darkest dreams come true. In the nanoseconds his eyes were closed, he heard the most beautiful sounds in the world. A loud, fleshy crunch and a pained howl from 096. He opened his eyes to an equally wondrous sight. 096 doubled over at an unnatural angle. Its spine snapped between the 4th and 5th vertebrae, spinal fluid leaking down the creature's flank. That freaky little sculpture had done it. It had actually damaged the integrity of the Shy Guy's skeleton. It was at that moment that Dr. Dan knew he could kill this thing. Admittedly, there was a containment breach shortly after that when the bag slipped off of 096's head, and it charged through the nearby steel wall, killing multiple people before being subdued and recontained. But when it comes to projects involving Dr. Dan, a mere handful of innocent people being killed sits comfortably within the acceptable margin of error. A day later, Dr. Dan was standing before a crowded boardroom, with agents, researchers, and even a few members of the O5 Council in attendance. He explained his findings to them, and the fact that, even more importantly, they may have a way to bring the wretched existence of 096 to an absolute halt. His plans were approved. Not long after, he was putting them into motion. Dr. Dan was surrounded by researchers and heavily armed guards as 173 was escorted into the test chamber with a forklift. 096 was there, still bagged. Off to the side was a giant tub of hydrofluoric acid connected to a hose and injector attachment. If this didn't work, nothing would. Everyone stood back in a safe zone as 173 was released to do its thing. Crunch. Just like the previous time, 096's spine had been successfully snapped. Spinal fluid dribbled down its skin. Everyone had rushed into the chamber. One group kept 173 isolated with their stares. The other, headed by Dr. Dan, prepared the acid injector and shoved it into the breach in 096's spine. As the acid was pumped by the gallon into 096's bones, the creature let out the most horrifying wail. It kicked and bucked as more acid was pumped in, melting those indestructible bones from within. The creature even began to vomit acid as it panicked, melting the bag off of its own head. Some panicked and averted their gaze. Dr. Dan didn't. He stared directly at the creature's face for the first time as it melted in front of him with nothing short of pure elation. Had he won? Had he actually won? The creature let out a gurgling shriek and the guards opened fire. Their bullets splattered into the monster's melting flesh and bones as it hollered and shrieked. They didn't let up, firing up and down its body, spraying it with white-hot lead. It began to melt and bubble away, expanding into a great, gruesome puddle on the floor beneath them. Dr. Dan laughed like a madman. Even as the guards grabbed him and dragged him away from the foul-smelling, greasy mess, bubbling with chemical life, he just kept laughing. Even though he knew the death of 096 meant an equally swift death of his own, it didn't matter. It had all been for something. The world was saved. It was over. He'd finally won.
Any changes today? The younger security officer Zach asked as he stepped into the watchtower. As if, replied his superior, a jaded, cynical old man who insisted on being referred to as Mr. Jefferson. The darn thing hasn't moved, spoken, or done so much as stretch one of those wings of his. Another day at the office then, Zach joked. Through the window, the pair of them looked through at the towering figure a few kilometers away. SCP-001, the Gate Guardian, stood motionless, its fiery sword in its hand, ever protecting its post at the precipice between our world and paradise. It had long been stationed at the entrance of a dimensional gateway that led to what was believed to be the Garden of Eden. described in the biblical Old Testament. Much like the security officers in the Foundation's base tasked with watching the Guardian, this was pretty much the extent of the day's activities.
Hey, did you see that news about the transfer posting?
Zach asked, trying to stave off boredom with as much conversation he could squeeze out of his fellow officer.
Yeah, I saw it.
Mr. Jefferson scoffed, rolling his eyes.
What possesses someone like Robert Montauk to come down here?
Must have wanted a quieter post,
Zach reasoned, looking out at the stillness of the Gate Guardian.
Won't find one any quieter than here, Jefferson mused. Him showing up will be the most exciting thing that's happened here in a long while.
Unbeknownst to both Zach and Mr. Jefferson, Dr. Robert Montauk would be only joining the team at the Gate Guardian observation site for a short while. Not one of them, nor anybody else within the Foundation, could ever guess Montauk's true intentions behind venturing there in the first place. He wanted an audience with the Gate Guardian itself. Approaching the colossal 1,000-foot-tall being, Dr. Montauk crossed the threshold of the minimum safe distance from the Guardian. Given the sheer heat of its weapon, hotter than Earth's sun, anything within a kilometer of SCP-001 was at risk of being obliterated, vaporized into atoms if they didn't turn back, which, through a voice that immediately rang out in Montauk's ears, the Gate Guardian commanded him to do.
Leave!
Its psychic message boomed.
Wait!
Dr. Montauk urged, holding up his hands in what would have been a futile defense against the Guardian's sword.
I know what you do when people don't listen to your commands, but please, just give me a minute.
There was silence. SCP-001 didn't reply. There was nobody else close enough to hear Montauk speak to it. So, he continued.
You are impossibly old. We know that much about you. And because of that, you must have seen things that we can't even begin to imagine, much less fully comprehend. But I've come a very long way to request that you impart some information to me, if you can.
He paused again, as if waiting for a reply that never came. The Gate Guardian merely stood in the same defensive, unwavering stance.
Tell me, please, how much do you know about the Scarlet King?
By this point in time, although the Foundation was yet to realize, Dr. Robert Montauk was slowly going insane. His investigations into an anomalous entity known as the Scarlet King were gradually corrupting him, as he tried relentlessly to quantify exactly what this entity was and how great of a threat it posed. Little did Montauk realize that, in trying so hard to define and comprehend the being, he was inadvertently fueling its power. The Scarlet King was an interdimensional warmonger, an embodiment of hatred and chaos, and Dr. Robert Montauk was slowly falling under the King's influence. Upon hearing the tiny human figure utter his question, the immense Gate Guardian rebutted with another single-word psychic command, one it had never been recorded giving before.
Witness!
As if his increasing instability and the creeping influence of the Scarlet King hadn't made Montauk feel bad enough, he instantly felt sick. There was a searing pain behind his eyes, like he was staring directly at the sun, accompanied by a nausea that made his head spin. It took a moment of enduring the horrific sensation before he realized what was happening. The Guardian was trying to show him something. Rather than give any information on the Scarlet King verbally, SCP-001 was imparting a psychic vision onto Montauk, a memory of events long past, the answers he sought, a warning, or perhaps all three. The vision showed Montauk a time so long ago that it couldn't ever be forgotten, for there was barely anyone alive to remember it in the first place. It was eons in the past, long before the comparatively recent dawn of humanity, a time only spoken of in the Dust and Blood Tablet, an artifact of the Davite civilization, some of the earliest worshippers of the Scarlet King himself. And there, marching up to the entrance of Eden, was the crimson-clad eldritch abomination and a horde of horrors with him. According to the story recorded in the Dust and Blood Tablet, this would have been much earlier in the life of the Scarlet King, perhaps even before he assumed his now infamous title. Back then, he would most likely have been known as his original name of Kanhrak, one of multiple siblings born when the Tree of Life was planted, and thus created all life in the multiverse. But, being the only one of his siblings cursed with awareness, knowing the pain his existence brought him, Conrock would eventually set out on his lifelong mission to destroy all of existence across every dimension. And he started by killing his siblings, consuming them to claim their power for himself. Around this time in prehistory, the being that would one day become known as Scarlet King didn't quite possess the power that he would several millennia later. Although that's not to say he was an unformidable force of destruction, fueled by his singular hatred for existence. His vow to destroy extended to the Tree of Life that had caused him to be, along with the tree's creator and all of their creation. In other words, everything in the multiverse, all of creation, if you will. So what was the Scarlet King doing there so long ago, at the dimensional doorway protected by the Gate Guardian? Well, beyond the boundary, between it and the rest of the infinite multiverse, lay the supposed Garden of Eden. While it is unknown if it is in fact the same Eden referred to in the Book of Genesis is up for debate, especially among the Foundation. But at a glance, even through the gate, it certainly does look like a paradise. The space is filled with lush vegetation of astronomical size, populated by a number of beings that seem to resemble the Gate Guardian itself. And there, protected by its watchful caretaker, are two trees. One is thought to be the Tree of Knowledge, that Eve was tricked into eating an apple from during the Book of Genesis. The other, however, bears an unknown type of fruit, and is widely believed to be the Tree of Life. Now, back in the modern age, there's never been a conclusive link between the Tree of Life mentioned by the Davites and their barbaric civilization's legends regarding the creation of the Scarlet King. But the fact that so long ago he and his most feared generals were bearing down on the Gate Guardian's position, defending a garden where there was known to be a tree of that description, well, it all seems rather conclusive now. Alongside Kahraak were 6 of his 7 daughters, each one of them a fearsome abomination much like their destructive father. As they approached, not one needed to exchange any words with their angelic protector of Eden. The Gate Guardian knew what these monsters were here for. They would stop at nothing to pass through his gate and uproot the Tree of Life, the progenitor of all living beings in all of existence. Even though it was early in Kahraak's career as the rampaging interdimensional warlord he so is, he was as steadfast as ever in his goal to annihilate every corner of creation, every dimension, every parallel plane of reality, every single pocket of existence across infinity. They'd all come undone if he burned the Tree of Life, pulled it out at the roots, and splintered it until nothing remained. To the once and future Scarlet King, that the same tree had led to his own tortured existence. It was the source of his suffering, and it had to be destroyed. The only thing standing in his way was a figure as colossal as Kahraak himself, wielding a flaming sword.
Leave!
Boomed the psychic voice of the Gate Guardian. It was like a doorman standing before a group of rowdy teenagers trying to force their way into a movie theater. Except these rowdy teens were the Scarlet King, his horrifying daughters, and the forces he had already amassed since his creation. The Horde stood ready, waiting for the commands of their king, who they thought would gladly lead the charge as they marched on the Garden of Eden to begin the destruction of existence. But that's not what happened. Usually, the Scarlet King would never shy away from a fight, preferring to lead the charge when it came to a slaughter. Instead, he commanded his first daughter, Ativik, to commence the first attack on the protector who stood in their path. On her foul father's word, Ativik took her horde and charged at the Guardian. What she and her forces lacked in numerical advantage, Ativik more than made up for in her knowledge of war. She hungered for it, sought dominion. That was her seal, after all. And yet, in the face of this impending onslaught, the Gate Guardian remained still, rooted to the same spot it had as always, and would always be standing in. A number of Ativik's minions burst into flames, the very fabric of their crude form separated on a molecular level as they were effortlessly rendered into nothingness. Still, the Gate Guardian hadn't appeared to move an inch, had exerted no energy, despite the damage it had done to Ativik and her forces in defense of Eden. As his first daughter screeched and howled in despair at the decimation of her horde, her children, the Scarlet King decided he needed to better understand his opponent. With a wave of his clawed crimson hand, the king commanded his next daughter, Aghor, to send forth her own army. In a tidal wave of nightmarish creatures, Aghor sent her horrific children into battle. She possessed a far greater quantity to do battle on her father's behalf. Perhaps Aghor even believed that was the Scarlet King's plan. With a greater number of her forces over her sisters, maybe she would be able to overwhelm the Guardian. But even as her own children began to be vaporized the closer that they got to the gate, Aghor had no idea she was little more than a pawn being sacrificed so that Kanra could learn more about his imposing angelic enemy. Another of the Scarlet King's daughters, a being known as Anhwit, was the next called up to contribute to the unfolding battle. Although to call it a battle undersells just how easily the Gate Guardians seemed to be eliminating the oncoming forces without even moving. While an outwardly frail-seeming creature, Anhuit's primary strength over her sisters was a proficiency in magic, her innate ability to warp and reshape reality around her. It was that power that had caused her father to be wary of her, viewing Anhuit's abilities as a threat to his leadership. And so Kantrak had her crippled and all her children, leaving them unable to overthrow him, but still loyal to their king. Obeying her father's command, perhaps out of the same loyalty or fear that he would harm her and her children further if she disobeyed, Anhuit unfurled her magic. She reshaped the world around them, making it so that the passage of time moved so much slower. And that was what revealed to the Scarlet King his enemy's greatest strength in combat. The Gate Guardian had so far been able to obliterate both Ativik and now Aghor's forces without seeming to move, but it wasn't by standing still. It was moving, just much faster than the blink of Scarlet King's multiple eyes. Now that Anhuit's magic had slowed the passage of time, the Gate Guardian could be seen doing battle. As Aghor's atrocities spilled towards the angel to try and overwhelm it, it effortlessly blocked the oncoming attacks with its sword. Everything the flaming blade connected with instantly evaporated, bursting into atoms as they were practically cleaved out of existence by the Gate Guardian's mighty weapon. Even with time slowed to a crawl, the towering winged protector of Eden only appeared to be moving at an average speed. But when time flowed normally, without Anhuit manipulating reality, the Guardian was simply too fast to be observed. Resisting the urge to dive headfirst into the fight himself, the Scarlet King knew it would likely lead to his untimely demise. He refused to accept that. It could not happen, but he still had yet to amass the strength he would need as he continued his ascent. So while time was slowed to a crawl and the Gate Guardian was still engaged in combat with Aghor's forces, he turned to another of his remaining daughters, Adista. If the Scarlet King and his forces couldn't get past the Guardian, they could still try to get to the Tree of Life while the Protector's focus was diverted. Adistat unleashed a wave of pestilence, sickness, and disease spewing from her in a cloud of vapor, heading straight towards the Angelic Garden and Eden's entrance beyond. The Scarlet King knew this latest attack wouldn't phase or weaken the Gate Guardian. He hoped the foul smog would instead pass through the gateway itself into the garden. As Adisat sent forth her power, blood and ash soaked the landscape around them. All the plants outside the entrance to Eden withered and died, shriveling and decomposing as the disgusting fog rolled towards the gate. It washed over the Guardian, whose form only seemed to glow brighter as he repelled the pestilence. It was as if it didn't even need to think about it, still focused on finishing off the rest of the oncoming army. As its glow intensified, so did the fiery sword that the Gate Guardian swung with ease and finesse. Flames burst from the blade, the encroaching fumes catching fire, along with the air itself. It ignited in a wave of fire, a defensive inferno that repelled this latest attack. But for a brief few moments, while time stayed slow, before Anhuit's hold on reality inevitably broke, the king had sent forth Atilif. Of all his spawn, she was the most reserved, keeping mostly to herself, never speaking. She and her children could change their faces and forms, shift into anything or anyone, and walk undetected through the multiverse. And now her father was employing her incredible stealth abilities to slip behind enemy lines, while the Gate Guardian was finishing off the remaining onslaught from Kanhrak's other daughters. It was as Atilif drew near, creeping unseen closer and closer to the entrance, keeping the Scarlet King out of Eden, that the Guardian seemed to pause. It slowly, ominously turned its huge head, tilting until it was looking directly at Atilif. If its expression could be seen, maybe the Gate Guardian would almost be impressed that someone was able to sneak past it. after all, was a feat that no other being in creation could ever hope to accomplish. But then again, with its steadfast conviction and dedication to its protective duty, maybe it would have looked upon Atilif with anger. With a cleaving swing of its scorching sword, the Gate Guardian unfurled a tidal wave of fire that engulfed everything around it. Not just Atilif, but Ativik, Aghor, and Adistat. All the king's daughters that had attacked so far, along with every one of their own children, were instantly obliterated. They were all reduced to empty, vacant spaces where they had once been, their atoms separated by the searing swing of the Guardian's weapon. The devastating blow by his adversary did little to deter the Scarlet King from his mission. He was still set on destroying the Tree of Life, and no loss was too great in his pursuit of destroying existence. He barely cared that 4 of his own daughters had just been unmade by the Guardian. Anhuit was still there, clinging on to time as if it were a thrashing animal. The Scarlet King could simply make her restore her fallen sisters and their forces. He had lost nothing, but had held back for too long, and slowly drew his own weapon out of thin air. Wielding a sword that was as blood-soaked as the Guardian's was hot, the Scarlet King locked blades with the one being standing in their way. Both the ancient angelic defender and the attacking eldritch abomination were evenly matched. Every one of their vicious strikes against the other met with an equally strong parry. A weapon of extreme, all-consuming heat blocked swipes from a sharp, serrated edge that matched the deep red that would be forever synonymous with Kankrak. The force of their 2 swords clashing and striking each other was so great that it rippled out from their one-on-one fight. The landscape around them was flattened, wiped clean of any remaining plant life that hadn't already been destroyed by the forces of the king's daughters. Despite having acquired nowhere near the power he would thousands of years after this fight, the Scarlet King was still a formidable force in single combat, and yet the Gate Guardian seemed incapable of tiring or weakening, still standing strong against the onslaught. Even after wiping multiple armies out with its flaming sword, the Guardian was still able to hold its own against the Scarlet King, who was furious, enraged at being so close to the Tree of Life, yet unable to get past his angelic adversary. He'd need to be stronger, faster, even more ruthless than the warlord he already was. Despite Anhuit slowing down time, the King and the Guardian were at a stalemate. Time. That was it. The Scarlet King needed more time. Withdrawing from the fight, he realized that this was a battle that could not be won by sheer brute force alone. His mission to destroy all creation, to get to the Tree of Life, would take cunning, deception, and more time. If he let it, the Gate Guardian could easily kill Kankrak. Its flaming weapon could cleave him out of existence, and that would end the King's torment. But it wouldn't be enough. A death would be unsatisfying, knowing that the rest of existence would go on after he was gone. The Scarlet King couldn't accept that. It wasn't enough. So he did the one thing nobody would expect of him. He made a deal with the Gate Guardian. It was an action still fueled by his infinite hatred for all existence, his yearning for total chaos. The Scarlet King knew that one day, an event would arrive where the Guardian and the other beings like it in the Garden of Eden would spill forth and deliver judgment on this world. And when that rapture happened, the Tree of Life would be undefended. The Scarlet King bartered with the Guardian that he would retreat for the time being, so he could spend eons amassing more and more power. Then, when the fateful day arrived, the Gate Guardian would allow him into Eden to destroy the Tree of Life, while it and its brethren were busy conducting the rapture. Halting their fight, the Scarlet King offered a crimson claw to the Gate Guardian's burning hand. Returning to reality from the intense vision, still feeling sick at what he had witnessed, Robert Montauk looked up at the still, silent form of the Gate Guardian.
Did you do it?
He yelled, desperate to know more through his obsession with the Scarlet King.
Did you tell him yes? Did you make a deal?
There was no answer from the Guardian, just a single word that echoed through Montauk's fractured mind.
Leave!
A very strange anomaly sits in a humanoid containment cell in the minimum security wing of Site-17. He walks, talks, and looks like a man, but everything else is convoluted in a question mark. This is SCP-343, who, like his namesake, God, is likely to cause arguments whenever he's brought up. Is he the creator of all that exists, the basis for the Abrahamic faiths, or is he a pretender, a reality warper with immense power and predilection towards delusion, a courtesan of the house of Maladrog, Matthew, Methuselah, Yahweh? Who knows? Really, it depends on who you ask, and which stories you choose to believe. And few people enjoy a good story more than SCP-343 himself. If one day you take the time to visit him in his room and ask him to reveal a page in the long book of his personal history, he might be kind enough to tell you a story. A story like this, of an encounter with something monstrous that few others could hope to survive meeting face to face. Rewind a few thousand years. Nobody knows how many exactly. God, as he chooses to dub himself, walked across the cracked ground on worn sandals. It'd been some time since he'd seen an animal around here, and even longer since he'd seen a human being. Not that this bothered him. He'd never been bothered by his own company on a long walk like this. Of course, he could have sped up time or teleported, but where was the fun in that? He was a tourist in the world of sensation, of experience, of flesh, bone, dirt, blood, and sand. After all, where's the fun in creating a whole universe if you can't drop in now and then to visit and do as the Romans do? Not that the Romans would be around for another few thousand years. Even Atlas must occasionally shift the weight of the globe from his shoulders for a jaunt around the cosmic neighborhood, and whatever passes for fresh air in the vacuum. God whistled a tune to himself. It was a craggy, mountainous region he'd found himself in. The distant peaks had frosted caps, a breathtaking place where many truly had their breaths taken away. How humans will so happily risk their lives to do something extraordinary. It never ceased to amaze him. His stomach rumbled. Oh, how he enjoyed that sensation. One of the funny little quirks of this human form that he weaved for himself. It was no reason to be concerned, if memory served, from his last trip through the area a few decades before. There was a friendly village not far from here. They had always accepted him as a genial stranger, having no knowledge of his true power. God had always believed that a person's goodness is defined by how they treat those from whom they had nothing to gain. So it caused him great concern as he approached the village and saw great plumes of smoke rising into the sky. He was so shocked by this that he could decide to break his rule about walking as a man, in case there was still some way he could help. With a snap of his fingers, he disappeared and reappeared in the center of the village's town square. Total devastation. Huts and houses had been torn asunder. Broken weapons lay on the ground. Some places were on fire, others smeared with streaks of blood, like some terrible battle had occurred here. But something was wrong. No bodies, not one, from defender or assailant. How could a thriving village be so thoroughly destroyed and not leave a single corpse? It was an act so bizarre and depraved that it left even God puzzling. That was another downside of his human form. Here on Earth, he didn't have access to true omniscience. How could a mere human mind, bound by the constraints of linear time, ever truly comprehend the total of existence? Even attempting to do that here would melt the brain of his human body in its skull and leave it dribbling out of his nose and ears. Instead, he chose to walk around the ruins of the village and investigate firsthand. Arrows and broken spears and swords littered the ground. Some buildings were demolished, but there were no tracks or stray projectiles that could suggest the presence of siege weapons. No, these buildings looked like they were ripped apart. Some even still had claw marks. What terrible beast could have set upon this town and done this? Then he heard a voice, quiet and pleading, beneath some nearby rubble. A survivor. He rushed over to the pile and evaporated it with a thought. Underneath, a feeble old man, covered in stone dust, was quivering. God helped him up and guided him into one of the few remaining huts still standing in the village. They both took seats. God held up two hands, cradling empty space. 2 cups suddenly occupied that space, both filled with warm, healing tea. He passed the old man one of the cups while sipping from his own. He asked the old man if he'd seen what had happened. The old man told him no, he hadn't seen anything in decades. He'd been rendered blind in his youth. Little did either of them know, that very blindness was the only reason he was the sole survivor of the massacre. The blind man told God that one of the village's scouts had gone up into the mountain with a small hunting party. The group was gone for days, until one of the members, the youngest among them, returned weeping, frostbitten, and covered in blood. He said that his friends had been killed by a beast in the mountains, something that almost looked like a man, but terribly wrong. And its face, its awful, awful face. He would never forget it. He was just lucky to escape with his life when the others were torn apart. But when the young man returned, he'd brought the shadow of death with him. It was a curse that doomed the entire village, men, women, and children, to a terrible fate. And that fate was upon them a mere hour after the survivor had returned. Of course, there were gaps in the blind man's understanding, given he was lacking one of his major senses, but the sounds he could describe with perfect clarity. It was faint and distant at first, that awful wail, and the galloping, hands and feet thundering against the ground faster than any horse could move, getting closer and closer. Another villager saw it approaching and screamed. Then it was upon them. The villagers screamed, but it screamed louder, always wailing and shrieking and sobbing like a monster crawling straight up from hell. People tried to fight it by the sounds of it. The blind man, with teary, blank eyes, recalled the sounds of arrows knocking and swords clashing against something. But even their greatest warriors had screamed and died. Those who saw it and tried to flee and hide were slaughtered all the same. Soon enough, there were only two sounds left in the village: the monster and the blind man, both weeping. He didn't understand why it never took him. It wasn't fair. It took everything else. To leave him here alive when everyone and everything he'd ever known was destroyed was a greater punishment than even death. After killing all of these innocents, the monster had simply wandered off to the mountains again, the sound of its quiet sobs getting smaller and smaller until it was gone altogether. God comforted the blind man as he wept for the loss of all his loved ones. He told the blind man that he would venture up to the mountains himself and confront the creature on its own territory, and at the very least, find out why it had done this terrible thing. But first, he must relocate the blind man to a safer place. He placed a hand on the blind man's shoulder and he vanished. He would appear in another friendly village, miles away. God sent a silent message into the minds of every villager.
Take good care of this man. He has undergone horrors you can't even imagine. Your kindness will be rewarded later. For that, you have my promise.
God sighed and turned his tired eyes to the distant mountains. A monster lurked up there, perhaps one of his own creations, or maybe a corruption of one of his creations. Either way, whatever existed without his knowledge existed without his consent, and he intended to know of the beast in the mountains. Though given what he'd seen already, he didn't expect to receive a warm welcome from this murderous demon. Miles away up in the mountains, the creature licked the blood from its cracked lips. It looked like it might have once been a human being or something that aspired to humanity or mocked it with its very existence. It was a huge, gangling beast, skin alabaster, eyes empty and soulless, dribbling rivulets of burning tears down a hideous, gaunt face. It crawled into the frozen mouth of a cave with great icicle fangs, wheezing and weeping. All it ever wanted was to be alone. Why did they have to keep interfering? Didn't they know what happened? All the terrible things they made it do. The creature curled its long, gangly body into the fetal position, scratching great ruts into the sides of its bald cranium with long, sharp fingers. Terrible things. Terrible, terrible things. And then there was a brilliant flash just a few feet away. The monster was surprised. It turned to see a figure silhouetted in the mouth of the cave. He wore sandals and thin robes. His eyes glowed with a kind of power that the monster didn't recognize. This stranger stared at the monster without an ounce of fear in his heart. He stared right into its eyes, unwavering. No, 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 no! It could feel it again, the rage bubbling up deep down. A cauldron of seething anger. It hated the feeling like being lowered into a vat of molten metal. Unspeakable fire and pain coursing through every vessel. He began to weep and scream while the stranger in the cave mouth just watched, not moving a muscle.
Do you know who I am?
The stranger asked with a deep voice that betrayed almost infinite power, knowledge, and wisdom, but it wouldn't change the outcome here. The monster bounded at him at speeds that wouldn't be seen again until jet planes and bullet trains are invented millennia into the future. Its jaws were hanging impossibly wide, fangs borne, its arms extended, and deadly claws ready to strike. But before those terrible hands could close around the stranger, he vanished. The monster stumbled and rolled across the snow, confused. What trickery was being used here?
I'll take that as a no,
said the voice from behind him.
You ought to show your father some respect. More respect than you gave to those poor people down in the village, at least.
Seething, the creature turned and saw the stranger standing back in the darkness of the cave, staring at him. But the beast didn't have the capacity for awe or holy terror, only violence. Boundless, limitless, unstoppable violence. It darted towards the stranger again, trying to strike him. Somehow it was like fighting an empty robe. Not a single one of its deadly strikes seemed to hit the stranger. The stranger leaped backwards, putting some space between himself and the monster, but still not breaking a sweat. He breathed in deeply, then exhaled. The breath came out like a mighty typhoon, shocking even the monster with its sudden force. It was blown backwards, a leaf in the wind, until its long claws dug into the ground and anchored it in place. The stranger gave a wry smile at this, impressed.
My, you're certainly a tenacious one, aren't you?
He said.
Perhaps we can talk for a little while instead of fighting. I want to know why you killed all those people.
No answer. The beast roared, its mighty limbs pounding into the ground as it closed the gap between itself and the stranger in fractions of a second. It would kill him, rend him, destroy him just like all the others. He'd left it no choice. Suddenly, the ground below it seemed to give way. The creature was confused. It looked down to see that the ancient stone below had somehow taken on the properties of a liquid, and it was sinking. The beast panicked and it began to thrash. It was a strong swimmer, but it didn't expect to need to swim here. The shock was too much, and soon the ground submerged it entirely, muffling its terrible roars and shrieks. And just like that, the ground was solid again, trapping the beast inside. The stranger stepped forward and looked at the ground.
A much-needed timeout,
he said.
You do yourself no good struggling like this.
Despite its terrible capacity for evil, God couldn't help but admire the beast, at least on the level of construction. It was so pared down, so unburdened. A killer to the core, but seemingly unkillable. Had he made this creature? Billions of species, and the species those in turn had created through billions of years of breeding and evolution. And somewhere along the line, this thing happened. It was easy even for the universe's creator to lose track of some of the tinier variables. And in the grand scheme of things, even this monster was still a tiny variable. But right here, right now, it was still one hell of a problem. The ground rumbled below God. Cracks formed. The mountain peak shook. God raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed, as the monster ripped free of its stone prison and re-entered the fray. It roared and screamed still, its blank eyes fixed on him. Its skeletal body throbbed and heaved with power. Unlike any other creature in nature, it was almost like the longer their conflict went on, the more energized the beast became. God sighed. All those poor villagers. They never stood a chance against this monster. It lunged for him, even faster and stronger than before. He teleported out of the way in the nick of time, and the beast's claws cleaved through a nearby cave wall. Effortless. God materialized nearby, but he didn't have time to speak. The beast lunged again and again and again. Every time he reappeared, the beast went for him with impossible speed. Deciding to widen the playing field, God teleported to the top of the mountain. The creature, somehow sensing his presence, vaulted upwards and tunneled through the roof of the cave, bursting out of the ground in front of God, who was floating just slightly off the ground.
It would be wise of you to stop,
God carefully intoned.
All this time, I've been going easy on you. You don't want to find out what the wrath of God looks like.
Storm clouds were gathering above. Mighty thunder roared across the sky. The beast was undeterred. It roared and galloped towards God, and God in turn called down a response. A volley of lightning the likes of which the world has never seen before or since struck down on the charging monster. The sudden white flash could sting the eyes from miles away. The monster shrieked from the blast, feeling its flesh lift off its bones and atomize in the sheer heat of the electricity around it. It could smell itself cooking. The lightning blast only lasted for a few seconds, but for the beast, it felt like eternity. When the onslaught stopped, the air was still heavy with electrical potential. God stared down at the black scorch mark on the side of the mountain where the creature had been standing. All the snow within a mile had been evaporated by the blast. It was a raw display of the power of nature that would make even Zeus tremble in his sandals. And yet, there was still movement. Something started to get up from the burnt patch where nothing should be left alive. A blackened skeleton, rising shakily from the ash, but still very much alive. As it started to rise, new flesh began growing over its bones little by little. Even God was astonished by the sight of it. He'd never seen a creature cling so ardently to life in spite of having truly unsurmountable power amassed against it. It was up against God, and still, it fought. The monster tottered on its freakishly long limbs, still disoriented, unusually staggered for a creature driven by such single-minded violent purpose. When enough of its face grew back to do so, it began to weep and sob again, tears streaking down its terrible face. Looking at this creature after all of this, God couldn't help but feel a new emotion, pity. He lowered himself to the ground and approached the creature, like none had ever done before. He gathered it up into his arms and he held it, feeling its heaving, wretched sobs against him. The beast was in so much pain, he could feel it, radiating from within.
Speak, my son,
God said in a soft, fatherly voice. And for the first and only time, the monster spoke.
Can look, can see. Make me hurt people. Don't want hurt people. Can look, please.
That was all it managed to choke out before devolving back into unintelligible babble. But it was enough. Enough for God to understand its pain. He did not know if it would be right to change the monster's nature. Is it ever right to truly change anyone's nature? But it was within his almost limitless power to grant it one reprieve from pain. He settled the beast in the snow below him. It was quiet and still. And God said unto the beast,
Rest now, child. Rest for thousands of years if you must. I hope only that when you eventually awaken, you feel differently.
And so another story from the catalog of SCP-343. Of course, it leaves us with certain questions, chief among them being, is it true? Did 343 and 096 have this chance encounter long ago? Or is this just another tall tale from an anomaly who fancies himself a deity? We have our truth, and you have yours. Let us know what you believe down below in the comments. Corpses littered the facility, around 20 in total. Their massacre had unfolded in a matter of seconds despite their advanced armor and heavy weaponry. Their killer, wielding an ancient sword he'd somehow pulled from thin air, looked upon them with disdain. Weak, unworthy opponents. He breathed heavily. His torso was covered with bullet wounds and many had punctured his lungs. It was enough to kill a normal man 10 times over, but not him. He was the ultimate warrior, the perfect killing machine. He would need to seek out an enemy more fitting for his legendary combat skills. He fled from the chamber into a connecting hallway, where a giant metal door slammed shut behind him. At the other end of a hall, another door did the same. He laughed at the thought of someone thinking he could be trapped so easily and charged towards it. But then, large valves began to open all around him. Torrents of freezing seawater began pouring in, filling up the chamber and submerging him before he could reach the door. The warrior fought for breath, and he held it far longer than any mortal man could, especially considering the state of his lungs. But water always wins. He soon gave his last gasp and floated, lifeless in the hallway. And soon after, his body turned to dust and disappeared in the briny water. But he would be back. He'd always be back. His brother was a different story. Tall and handsome, with a strange Sumerian rune tattooed on his forehead. He was practically a pacifist and spent most of his days reading, conversing with the staff, and wandering the facility of his own accord. Upon hearing of the latest incident at the facility, he gave a sigh. He knew on some level that all of this was his fault. It'd been centuries, millennia even, but was it too late to make things right? 6 days later, the two are standing face to face. This meeting had been a long time coming, but it was always destined to end in blood and pain. The man with the runic tattoo was unarmed. The only thing he carried was his regrets. The warrior, eyes full of burning fury, drew his sword, and not long after, a head hit the floor. Who are these two strange men, and what is the significance of this fatal meeting? In our own universe, these two may never meet again, but that doesn't mean there isn't a universe out there where they will. And it is that universe where today's tale springs from. The story between these two began a long time ago, when they were both set on a course of destruction. But to learn how these two finally met once again, we only need to go back a few days. While they seem more human than a lot of beings under the SCP Foundation's watchful eyes, there's no doubt that these two are anomalous. They're known as SCP-073 and SCP-076, but better known as Cain and Abel. From the name alone, most people with a basic knowledge of the Bible could tell that these two have a connection, but the particulars were largely a mystery to the Foundation. They wanted to know how much of the story was actually true. SCP researchers approached SCP-073, aka Cain, and asked if he'd be interested in reuniting with his brother one last time. It took Cain 3 days to answer yes, but on one condition: that he was the only person who could abort the mission. The Foundation mulled over this requirement for 3 days before the O5 Council finally made a decision. Cross-testing approved. These two brothers, separated by millennia, would finally meet again, and the SCP Foundation would get to watch what happened when they did. Of course, for safety reasons, the cross-test would take place in 076's containment facility, a bedrock chamber 200 meters beneath the sea. That would be the closest thing to safe this fateful meeting could ever be. Though safe was really a relative term when it came to SCP-076. His escape attempts were as frequent and unpredictable as they were deadly, and everyone who'd ever worked with him knew exactly why. To the untrained eye, it would seem strange to create such a complex facility for a 3-meter squared stone cube, known as SCP-076-01. But the cube isn't what's being locked up here. The real danger comes from the corpse stored inside, known as SCP-076-02, but better known as Abel. He's a lean, olive-skinned man who appears to be in his late 20s, but his most distinct physical feature is the fact he's covered in an elaborate network of arcane and occult tattoos, largely of scowling, demonic faces, similar to those found on members of the Yakuza. Whenever Abel's corpse reanimates, as it does at random intervals, everyone in his vicinity is in terrible danger. He's capable of pulling bladed weapons out of miniature dimensional rifts that appear around him, though he does this so quickly that it seems as though the weapons are simply materializing in his hands. Despite the increasingly complex efforts to contain him, Abel has been able to breach containment and go on brutal rampages multiple times, killing scores of Foundation personnel in the process. Abel possesses superhuman strength, speed, and durability. During prior containment breaches, he was able to shrug off rounds from 50 caliber machine guns. He's torn through reinforced steel doors. He's even swatted bullets from both handguns and assault rifles out of the air with a length of steel rebar. Only killing him can truly end one of these rampages, and the Foundation has had to go to terrifying lengths in order to achieve this during past containment breaches. He's been drowned, asphyxiated, crushed, burned to death with a thermite grenade directly inserted into his chest cavity, and even disintegrated by the activation of the facility's on-site nuclear warhead. This may seem like overkill, but if Abel were ever to make his way into a major population center, the fatalities would be, well, of biblical proportions. Even death can't keep him down for long. his body will rapidly decompose and reappear intact within SCP-076-01. There's no telling when he'll reawaken, and his periods of inactivity can range from hours to years. Because of this, he must be constantly observed by guards highly proficient in close combat and always ready to go toe-to-toe with perhaps the most dangerous melee combatant in history. He's such a proficient killer that there was once a project aimed at weaponizing Abel, but this turned out to be a disastrous failure for the Foundation. When they ran out of missions to give him, Abel's thirst for blood caused him to turn his blade on his allies with no remorse, hacking them up with the same ruthless abandon he gave his assigned enemies. Interestingly, Abel does seem to have a twisted sense of honor. He has respect for combatants capable of providing him with a real challenge, and has even expressed concern for guards he considers to be respectable adversaries. But don't be fooled. There is no reasoning with Abel. Either you kill him or he kills you. And trust us, he's much better at it than you are. While he's often overshadowed by world-ending anomalies or more talkative mass killers like SCP-682, Abel is one of the most deadly creatures known to the Foundation. Abel's counterpart, 073, is an entirely different story. Despite his namesake being the first biblical murderer, this Cain is a far more enigmatic figure. A tall man in his early 30s appearing to be of Middle Eastern descent, he has two very notable physical characteristics: the untranslated Sumerian symbol tattooed on his forehead, and the fact that several of his body parts, namely his arms, legs, spinal cord, and shoulder blades, have been replaced by mysterious prosthetics of unknown origin. Unlike Abel, Cain is polite, non-confrontational, articulate, and communicative. He's even allowed to wander the facility he's housed in freely, though with certain regulations, namely that Cain is never permitted to come into contact with plant life or uncovered ground. This is because, in spite of the fact Cain doesn't appear to harbor any malicious intent, direct contact with him causes plants to wither and die, and the ground to become infertile. If Cain was ever introduced into a natural environment again, he could unwittingly cause an ecological catastrophe with his mere presence. In that sense, he could almost be as dangerous to large populations as Abel. However, Cain's danger to flora is only one of his several anomalous qualities. Another is extraordinary mental capabilities and a near-perfect memory. His memory and ability to recall is so good that some Foundation personnel have suggested using Cain's mind as a kind of backup server for the Foundation's collective knowledge. But perhaps his most well-known anomalous trait is his ability to act as a kind of immortal human voodoo doll. That's right. Any damage inflicted on Cain causes no permanent injury to him and is reflected back on the perpetrator. While Cain has remarked on still being able to feel the pain of these assaults, he's functionally immortal. This damage-reflecting ability has even made performing certain kinds of tests impossible, as doctors attempting to draw blood from Cain have found that their sample was actually their own blood, and their skin exhibited the telltale bruising and puncture marks of blood testing. But of most interest to the Foundation right now was the fact that Cain has shown prior knowledge of Abel. However, he was cagey when questioned. He refused to add any additional information and commented that it would be best if he and Abel were never brought into contact. But what does never really mean when you live forever? Cain finally did agree to the test, and while nobody knew what caused Cain's change of heart, the Foundation knew better than to push him and potentially get the entire mission scrapped. Cain was taken from his facility and transported to the access point of Abel's underwater prison. The experiment's design was simple. Cain would occupy a temporary residence in Abel's containment facility until he next reanimated, at which point the interaction between them would be closely observed. Perhaps it would take weeks, months, or even years before Abel once again awoke and left his cube. But when he did, Cain would be there. Thankfully, as Cain whispered soothing words into Abel's tomb, the resurrection took only minutes. If you were expecting a heartwarming reunion, think again. Cain tried to apologize, but Abel immediately struck him with a decapitating blow, which, due to Cain's damage-reflecting properties, caused him to sever his own head instead. Cain remained at Abel's side as he regenerated, and as soon as Abel did, he immediately tried killing Cain again. It went on like this again and again and again. It was an arduous process, and eventually, even Abel began to tire of it. The duo fell into a tearful embrace. Abel asked his brother why he killed him so long ago, and Cain apologized, saying it was the actions of a younger and more foolish man. In that moment, the two finally reconciled, and having fulfilled their bargain with their creator, both finally crumbled into dust. Peace at last. As we said, this didn't happen to the Cain and Abel of our universe, but when universes are more numerous than grains of sand in an endless desert, such a thing has indeed happened somewhere out there, perhaps in a kinder universe than our own. We can only hope that Cain and Abel may someday get to meet and find the same resolution. But until then, these brothers will remain one of the most dangerous and fascinating duos in the Foundation's catalog. It happened in 1981, in a small rural village in West Germany. Siegfried Geis, 9 years old, ran across the bitter snow, tears freezing to his cheeks. It was Christmas Day, and not long ago he'd been so happy. He was celebrating with his family, his mother, his father, and his young sister, the centers of his universe, when that monster had attacked and destroyed everything he'd ever known. The White Terror, the destroyer of Christmas cheer, the Yule Man, SCP-4666. Though of course, young Siegfried had no idea. In hindsight, Siegfried's parents had been noticing strange things in the lead-up to Christmas Day. Unfamiliar bumps and knocks, strange smells coming from the attic, the occasional tall, dark silhouette on the horizon outside their isolated old farmhouse. But in all the hustle and bustle of the season, nobody really paid the proper attention to all the signs of an incoming Weihnacht event. Every eerie feeling was just written off as stress or overactive imaginations. None of the Geis family knew about the true danger they were facing until they woke up to see the Yule Man standing over them, sharpening a rusty blade and staring at them with hungry, sadistic eyes.
Merry Christmas,
the creature rasped and chuckled. Siegfried was lucky to escape alive, but of course he would never see his family again. He'd be picked up a day or so later, traumatized, catatonic, and almost frozen to death. When he was finally able to speak again, he spoke of a monster having killed his family. When the police investigated his home and found the remains, they deemed it to be the work of an all-too-human serial killer, and poor Siegfried Geis was entered into the foster system. Years of work with psychiatric professionals tried to convince young Siegfried that the monster he claimed to see, the unnaturally tall, gnarled, bony freak with those shimmering black eyes, was merely a product of his trauma. But he knew the truth. He always knew. What he encountered that day, the thing that took his family, was nothing less than a true monster. And at 9 years old, Siegfried made a vow he would one day kill the monster, no matter what it took. When Siegfried was finally adopted and returned to school, he did everything he could to apply himself academically. He had no interest in friends or romantic relationships, even as he grew into his teenage years. The only thing that drew his interest, in addition to the perfection of his academic life, was his own private research into the supernatural. He became an expert in all things occultic and anomalous, sightings of ghosts, phantoms, aliens, and monsters. He wanted to know it all. No, needed to know it all. He would arm himself with knowledge, wanting to know everything he could in advance of the confrontation that would be his final destiny. He also began obsessively researching attacks similar to the ones that killed his family, and found an eerie pattern seemingly to unfold all over the Northern Hemisphere. During the 12 days of Christmas, entire families would be found dead in their homes, mutilated horrifically, often with children having gone completely missing. They happened far enough apart in terms of time and space that no connection was drawn between the events, all just random attacks according to the police and media. Weren't the connections obvious? He didn't understand it. It was almost like there was some kind of sweeping cover-up obscuring the true culprit behind all these killings. The same beast that destroyed his life. As Siegfried, now known to most as Dr. Geis, ascended through his time at university, he became one of Germany's foremost scholars on the occult, with several published papers and books that drew fascination of fellow experts and laymen alike. But most importantly of all, Siegfried's work got the attention of the SCP Foundation.
They reached out to the ambitious rising star of the paranormal world and offered him a research position. Dr. Guise was elated and said that he would happily take the role if they answered one question for him. Did they know anything about a horrific humanoid monster that attacked families across the northern hemisphere around Christmas time? This was the moment when Dr. Siegfried Guise, after decades of searching, finally came to know about SCP-4666. He had access to all of the SCP Foundation's information on the monster, putting him several steps closer to what had always been his ultimate goal: killing that godforsaken thing. But this would be easier said than done. After all, if the Yule Man was easy to track, the Foundation would have captured and contained him long before now. His attacks could occur anywhere across the northern hemisphere, making catching him the world's largest game of whack-a-mole. But this was a game that Dr. Guise had more than enough patience to play. Over the following years, Dr. Guise worked as hard as humanly possible, not just at the case of SCP-4666, but at every piece of work the Foundation had to offer him. Much like his ruined childhood, Guise made no effort to interact, no effort to form social connections. He just worked and worked and worked and worked with single-minded passion, soon developing a reputation as one of the most hard-working and dependable figures in the SCP Foundation's European division. It was this kind of work ethic that soon saw him promoted to senior researcher, and then a site director. He had more control over information, resources, and manpower than ever before. It was almost time. He could sense it. Delegating other tasks to his subordinates, Dr. Guise began to work on his masterpiece, an advanced algorithm connecting police, social media, and surveillance databases across the northern hemisphere. You see, while Dr. Guise had never faltered in his quest, neither had the Yule Man. Every year, more families disappeared or were horrifically murdered, and every death weighed on Guise. He saw them as a personal failing of his inability to fulfill his destiny. But the Yule Man was a creature of habit, and it would be that very adherence to habit that Guise used to destroy it. Using the algorithm he created, they would perfectly track and triangulate the home most likely to be the subject of a dreaded Riesenacht event, with greater accuracy and precision than ever before. The year was 2022. Dr. Guise was convinced that this time, he would be the one to claim victory and vengeance. There was one thing he didn't tell his Foundation compatriots, though. As he put the pieces in place for the final showdown, he had no intention of containing the Yule Man. This time, he would destroy it. Using his newfound influence as a well-respected site director, he requested the transfer of a few high-profile anomalies, as well as the services of a crack mobile task force death squad. It was time. The Yule Man watched the house from a distance. He'd been observing for days, watching the nice, happy family within. What pleasure it would bring him to destroy them, and take what's left to his workshop for further fun. Tonight would be the night that he claimed them. They were all blissfully unaware, and lived in an isolated rural area where nobody but him would hear all the wonderful screaming. The second the lights went out inside the house, he would strike, and bring about some Christmas fear. When the last window went dark, the Yule Man drew a long, rusty blade out of his bag of tricks and approached the house. He crept in through one of the windows. Locks had never been a problem for him. This whole process had played out hundreds of times. He barely even needed to think about it now. He crept in past the presents around the Christmas tree, found the stairs, and began to climb. He'd find them in their beds, one by one, and take his time, savoring the pain, savoring the fear. He went into the youngest one's bedroom first, his lips pulled back into a manic grin. There was the little boy, tucked in under his quilt, like a present waiting to be unwrapped. He grabbed the sheet with his long, gnarled fingers and pulled it back, only to see a plastic dummy underneath, with a stun grenade fixed to its chest. Before the Yule Man could even react, the stun grenade exploded into his face, blinding him with a sudden white light and ringing in his ancient ears. The next thing he heard was a rugged military voice yelling, "Squad Alpha, move in!"
Seconds later, the upstairs landing was filled with mobile task force operatives with assault rifles. They aimed and opened fire into the Yule Man, peppering him with painful bullets. He wasn't used to his victims fighting back like this. Truthfully, it even caught him off guard. But sadly for those brave task force operatives, it would not be enough to kill him. The Yule Man gripped his rusty knife and lunged at Squad Alpha. Moments later, they were all dead, and the furious Yule Man was trudging back down the stairs. There had been no satisfaction in this slaughter. How had they caught him like this? Perhaps he'd go eat some of his servants in his workshop to make himself feel better. As he walked back across the living room, past the Christmas tree, past all the presents, the television flickered into life. Staring at him from the screen was the grinning face of Dr. Siegfried Geis, now 50 years old. And the most insane part was that the Yule Man somehow recognized him, the one who got away 41 years prior.
Hello, old friend. You're looking a little glum, Siegfried said on the screen. I take it that you did not enjoy the surprise party I just threw for you. Don't worry, the night isn't over yet. After all, you haven't even opened your presents. With that, the presents under the tree, which were actually packed with C4 plastic explosives, detonated, leveling the entire house with the Yule Man still inside. The explosion could be heard for miles as a great pillar of smoke rose up into the air. Several hundred meters away, Dr. Siegfried Geis waited and watched, flanked by Foundation agents and more mobile task force soldiers, taking in the majesty of the explosion. Dr. Geis remained steely-eyed and watched the blaze. Somehow he knew that even that would not be enough to end the monster permanently. He nodded to the lieutenant he'd brought with him.
Squad out! Squad Bravo! Time to engage!
The man barked in response. The remaining agents and MTF operatives, armed with assault rifles and submachine guns, descended on the burning wreckage of the house. Moments later, a tall, dark figure, the Yule Man, injured but alive, crawled out of the blaze. Immediately, the team opened fire, giving the monster everything they had. But once again, everything was not enough. The creature pulled out two long, rusty knives and leaped into the fray, making short work of the Foundation brass. Soon enough, it stood alone on blood-stained snow, until it caught another bullet in the head. Dr. Siegfried Geis was standing there, the last one alive to face the Yule Man, leveling a revolver. The Yule Man scowled. Geis held his steely gaze. "We meet again, at long last," Siegfried said. "You killed my family. You've killed so many others. Tonight, it is your turn, Yule Man. This is your Wisnacht." Geis opened fire as the Yule Man charged towards him, taking each shot in stride. Even as the Yule Man closed the distance, Geis didn't flinch. His resolve was steely. It made the Yule Man feel confused and furious that he didn't detect an ounce of fear in this man. Even when he drove a knife into the site director's stomach, Siegfried dropped to his knees and collapsed as the Yule Man ripped the knife back out. His gun clattered to the ground. It had been a mortal blow, and still, he seemed unfazed.
Why aren't you afraid?
The Yule Man growled. Siegfried spat blood and said,
You took my family 41 years ago. Everything since then has just been killing time until I got to see them again. Where you're going, all you'll ever see are flames and torment.
The Yule Man, furious, stabbed Siegfried again, this time through the heart. The doctor was dying, his life's work having seemingly amounted to nothing. But with the last of his strength, he reached into his coat and pulled out something, a little gift he'd requested from one Dr. Alto Clef before putting his plan into action. Dr. Siegfried Geis lifted a photo of SCP-096 right in front of the Yule Man's eyes.
Merry Christmas,
he said with his last breath. The Yule Man was confused. A photograph? Was that it? Was that really this foolish little boy's trump card after all this time? What a waste. Then, without a moment's warning, SCP-096 barreled into the Yule Man, sending them both rolling across the snow. One of Siegfried's preparations was to have SCP-096's containment cube temporarily relocated to only a mile away from the ambush site to avoid collateral damage. If everything else failed, then SCP-096 would be their Hail Mary pass, their finishing move. And it worked marvelously.
As strong and evil as the Yule Man was, he'd been weakened by the night's battle, and the Shy Guy was an order of magnitude more powerful than his sadistic foe. The Yule Man screamed in horror as SCP-096 set upon him with claws and teeth. After hundreds of years inflicting it on others, the Yule Man had died in terror, and Dr. Siegfried Geis had died with a smile on his face. Reality warpers. Real pieces of work, aren't they? It's one thing when an anomaly is all claws and fangs like SCP-682, or if their attack of choice is snapping necks like SCP-173. But it is an entirely different story if an anomaly can turn the air you breathe into chocolate pudding, or shove you into a pocket dimension that looks almost like our own reality, except everyone is just a walking, talking pile of spiders. See what I mean? Reality warpers, real handfuls. Though, of course, not all reality warpers are created equal. Some are relatively weak, only affecting the world around them in a mild, ambient fashion. Others can rattle whole dimensions with their tremendous power. The same also goes for morality. Some reality warpers are loving and benevolent, such as SCP-343, the kindly, old, all-powerful being known to some as God. And some are pure evil beings who want nothing more than to use their immense power to sow chaos and misery among everyone else. And personally, we can't think of a better example of the latter than Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. This demonic Dorito wants nothing more than to take over our dimension and rebuild it in his image of absolute insanity. So naturally, we started wondering, if these two reality warping titans, SCP-343 and Bill Cipher, ever came to blows, who would win? We were so curious, in fact, that we fired up the Anomatron 6000. Our state-of-the-art simulation supercomputer to see how exactly the two might meet and how their epic battle would play out. Who do you think would take the coveted W on this one? Let us know down in the comments, along with any other out-of-universe what-if situations you'd love to see. But in the meantime, let's fire up the machine. Be warned, folks, it's gonna get weird. The date was July 12th, 2013. For SCP-343, it had started out as a relatively normal day. He'd spent the night playing solitaire on the astral plane before warping back into his humanoid containment cell by morning, leaving the Foundation none the wiser. After all, he was really here voluntarily. If the Foundation had truly wanted to try to confine him here, they were welcome to give it a go, but it would be about as effective as trying to catch a whisper in a butterfly net. While God had come to this place to experience the joyful illusion of giving up control, it truly was little more than an illusion to him. If he wanted to, he could exterminate the SCP Foundation in less than an afternoon, then retire to Burger King for a Whopper. So really, they're all just lucky he is a benevolent being, more interested in hanging out than dispensing wrath on those he perceived as insolent. That was Old Testament him. He'd done a lot of soul-searching and growth since then. It'd been at least a millennium since he'd smote anyone for that matter, and the last guy really had it coming. However, today was going to be a little different. God knew that something was going to happen today. He sensed a great source of energy emerging, something dark and malevolent. He sighed and he closed his eyes for a moment, focusing himself. He knew whatever the nature of this threat, it would fall upon him to face and destroy it. How irritating. He was hoping to finally binge Stranger Things today. Elsewhere in Site-19, things seemed to be inordinately peaceful. There hadn't been any containment breaches or new anomalies brought in. There hadn't been any attacks from rival groups of interest. Dr. Bright hadn't even done anything stupid or started any fires. To borrow an old cliché, it was quiet, too quiet. Perhaps the only person who wasn't having a relatively mellow day was Security Officer Frederick Simmons, a mid-level guard who'd been stationed at Site-19 for 4 years now. He just wasn't really feeling himself today. The work didn't bother Simmons, emotionally at least. Typically, even after seeing rather traumatic things or being in near-death situations while in containment breaches, it hadn't left any lingering effects. But lately, he'd been having the strangest dreams. It always played out the same way. Shortly after going to sleep, he'd open his eyes in a strange multicolored void surrounded by bizarre, seemingly random floating objects, none of which seemed to have any real relevance to him or his life. And just when he'd begin to question it, the other recurring element of the dream would occur.
Out of the shimmering oil-slick rainbow of mind-boggling colors, a strange being would suddenly emerge. A glowing golden triangle, almost like a drawing of a pyramid, the Eye of Providence, with a stovepipe hat, a little bow tie, thin black arms and legs, and most notable of all, a single large eye with a slit pupil staring out from the center. The eye almost seemed to have a strange hypnotic quality to it. Simmons felt bewitched whenever he looked into it. He wasn't afraid, quite the opposite actually. For reasons he couldn't understand, this strange creature from the world of dreams seemed like a good friend of his. He said,
Well, if it isn't my #1 guy, the Fredmeister, in the house. I've missed you. Have you missed me? Put her there, good buddy.
The entity extended his hand and Simmons shook it. The Foundation guard could feel a strange tingling sensation jolting down his arm. The first time Simmons had encountered the entity, he'd told him his name, Bill Cipher, and he told him how incredibly important it was that Simmons kept their little nighttime meetings a secret. In exchange, Bill was here to listen. Simmons would spend his time in the mindscape pouring out his worries and frustrations with his daily work, as Bill paid impeccable attention. The strange little dream entities seemed fascinated by the work Simmons did, all the peculiar and wondrous anomalies he guarded at Site-19. But to Simmons, it was all just boring work. Zombie-creating supernatural plague doctors and immortal men with metal limbs lose their shine after you see them day in, day out for years on end. Frankly, Simmons needed a day off, but he'd already used up all his PTO when he'd gotten the flu earlier that year. He just didn't know what to do. Luckily for him, Bill had a solution. Bill, as it turned out, had a fancy little ability. He could occupy the body of a human being and operate it for them. Bill could take the wheel while Simmons took a load off in the mindscape. How hard could standing around pretending to look busy at the SCP Foundation really be? As Bill explained the offer to him, Simmons couldn't really see any flaws in his reasoning. After all, Bill was a friend. Why would he have any ill will towards him? With that, he shook hands with the bizarre supernatural triangle and felt the sudden rough sensation of having his consciousness ripped from his body, only for Bill to slither in and take his place. The new Simmons, the Bill-occupied Simmons, opened up his demonic yellow eyes and grinned. He gave a demented laugh to Simmons' floated, disembodied soul.
Oh, man!
He said, wiping away a tear of laughter with Simmons' finger.
With your body, I can use the SCP Foundation's technology to take over the multiverse. See ya, sucker!
And with one last demented chuckle, Bill left for work at the SCP Foundation, with Simmons being the latest in his long line of meat puppets. After arriving at Site-19, he sneaked through the facility, knowing exactly where he needed to be. You see, Bill is a native entity of the second dimension, the world of flat shapes, but he's able to access the minds of beings in the third dimension, like us, through the medium of the mindscape, rather than the physical realm. Bill's life goal has always been to find a way to permeate and take over the third dimension, turning it into his personal playground. All he needed was the right anomaly to bring him forth into our world. In this case, a little anomalous device favored by Dr. Cain Pathos Crow, SCP-158, also known as the Soul Extractor. While Dr. Crow left to the courtyard for his evening walkies, the being that most people assumed was Fred Simmons secreted himself into SCP-158's containment chamber and locked the door behind him. He didn't have much time. He'd need to do this perfectly if he wanted a real chance at taking over the universe. He was amused by the irony, at the least. The fact that in order to take over, he needed to sneak into the midst of the people most likely to destroy him. Still, where's the fun in life with no risk? At SCP-158's control console, he inputted the data to Soul Extraction and set a timer. However, there was one difference between this and the usual procedures performed with the Soul Extractor. There was no containment receptacle on the other end. Whatever was extracted would just be released into the world. And this was exactly what Bill was counting on. He laid Simmons' body down on the gurney and watched with glee as the robotic arm lowered towards him. It reached into his chest and pulled out the essence of one three-sided threat to reality, Bill Cipher. One quick journey through the bowels of the machine later, the nightmare scenario had come to pass. Bill floated around the room, dragged into physical reality. He let out a long, conceited cackle and spun his cane around. This was going to be fun. Elsewhere in the facility, alarms were going off and guards were deploying. Nobody was meant to be in Containment Chamber 158, so how was the soul extractor currently operating? This couldn't possibly end well. Bill, on the other end, was having a wonderful time. He was pondering all the different ways he could make the drab clinical corridors of the SCP Foundation into his vision of perfect weirdness. Maybe he'd turn all the researchers into mice, and turn Site-19 into a giant maze to run them through. Maybe he'd turn the air into farts and release winged beasts from the Hell Dimension to ravage humanity. Maybe he'd go out into the parking lot and key everyone's cars. Oh, the diabolical possibilities were endless. As he floated out into the hall, his fantasizing was interrupted by a group of Foundation security operatives wielding assault rifles. They entered an attack formation and trained their rifles on him before opening fire. Bill just found himself laughing again. The gunfire just tickled.
Wow, you guys are hilarious!
Bill said between fits of laughter.
But wait, I can think of a better way to make you even funnier.
He snapped his fingers, and suddenly the guards were transformed. Instead of the serious first line of defense for the SCP Foundation, they were now a gang of literal clowns straight from the circus, holding balloon animals molded into the shapes of assault rifles. They giggled and threw pies at each other. Bill was right. This did make them even funnier. And he was just getting started, turning this Foundation snooze fest into a party of cosmic proportions. Bill began running a rampage of weirdness across the site. Essentially being the ultimate cosmic troll, he decided he'd simply bother every single anomaly he could with his demonic antics. First, he appeared in SCP-096's chamber and pulled a brown paper bag over his head, with the words "Ugliness lies within" written on the front. And just for fun, he then teleported the temperamental beast to a nearby Amish community. It quickly became enraged when a gust of wind blew the bag off its head, and a man named Jebediah saw its face. It then killed several others, also named Jebediah, during the rampage. Bill thought it was hilarious. He then released SCP-682 into Site-19, and just to annoy the creature into further violence, he stuck an indestructible party hat on the monster's head. No matter how hard 682 tried, it couldn't remove the party hat. This caused it great frustration, which it took out on any Foundation staff it happened to find in the area. It had fulfilled Bill's expectations wonderfully, but his quest for amusing carnage didn't end there. Next, he went to bother SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, who was in the process of doing surgery on a Foundation-provided dead goat. With a snap of his fingers, Bill transformed the Plague Doctor's surgical tools into colorful Play-Doh cutting tools. Needless to say, the supernatural surgeon was less than pleased. He was about as annoyed as Dr. Clef was when Bill turned his favorite shotgun into a bouquet of flowers, then sealed his feet into the floor. Or how vexed Dr. Gears was when Bill turned his plain beige necktie into a considerably more loud and colorful tie. People there at the time reported hearing Dr. Gears say, "I just don't think that was necessary." Oh, and he also did some more minor acts of malice. He filled the break room with an army of flesh-eating zombies. He made a moat filled with molten lava around the site that prevented anyone from escaping from his reign of terror. And he even covered all the walls in cognito-hazardous doodles that instantly drove any weak-minded human who saw them into complete gibbering madness. It was clear this reality-warping nightmare needed to be stopped before he got bored of playing with his new Foundation toys and decided to go remodel the universe in his own image. Thankfully, there was one anomaly on site who was up to the task. Bill was treating himself to another evil laugh in the Site-19 canteen when something peculiar happened. He looked down to see a man in what looked like a tunic with graying hair and a beard. He walked with a peculiar kind of calmness, his face blank. Why wasn't this guy panicking? Was he stupid? Bill would seemingly need to teach this guy a thing or two about fear.
Hey, Gramps! Don't know if it's escaped your attention, but I've been giving this place an extreme makeover. Did you forget to put on your glasses this morning, or are you just that senile?
The stranger remained calm as could be. He replied with a voice that was measured as it was deep.
Now, Bill, let's not resort to name-calling. That's just childish, don't you think?
Bill's single eye widened at this.
Wait, hold up. How did you know my name?
Bill asked, irritated.
Are you a friend of the Time Baby or something?
He floated over and began circling the stranger, hoping to intimidate him. Much to Bill's frustration, it didn't appear to be working.
I know lots of things, Bill. Lots of things.
The stranger replied.
That's my line!
Bill screeched, turning red.
Who do you think you are?
The stranger gave a quiet, reserved chuckle that infuriated Bill.
Oh, personally, I just like to think of myself as a humble craftsman, watching his beautiful creation play out.
He said.
But I suppose some of the people around here like to call me God.
Bill didn't like this. This whole universe was going to be his, and he certainly didn't appreciate some insolent old man acting like he ran the roost around here. Bill would give him an education in who was really holding the reins, and it would be the kind of education that left scars, if it left anything at all. He extended his spindly black arms and released bolts of lightning against the stranger, who simply continued to smile as the electricity rippled around him, seemingly causing no effect.
Are you done?
The stranger asked. Bill laughed, hoping to hide his irritation.
I'm just getting started,
he bellowed. With a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of Site-19, Bill began to grow and shift. No longer a silly little triangle, he became a huge red pyramid of pure nightmares, covered in glowing golden arms and teeth, with long black tongues drooping out of each level. It was the most terrifying and demonic form in his entire arsenal, and yet he was astonished to find that the stranger still didn't seem to show any kind of fear.
Very impressive, Bill,
the stranger said, sounding almost bored.
But I think you might be trying a little too hard.
Oh, that does it. Bill would simply have to destroy him. It was a matter of pride now. He raised several of his huge golden fists and began pounding down on the comparatively tiny humanoid stranger. It was an assault so powerful that the ground began cracking around their feet, and yet it seemed that with almost no effort, the stranger was able to intercept and block every single blow. Naturally, Bill was infuriated. It was time to finally unleash the full breadth of his power on this beardy wise guy. He launched thunderbolts, fireballs, legions of giant mutant wasps, hailstorms, maelstroms, bubbles of pure madness, snakes made out of barbed wire, and even incredible coarse language. But despite it all, this man, the one who claimed people called him God, was utterly unfazed.
You can dish it out,
he said.
But let's see if you can take it.
Bill began to laugh.
What the heck's that supposed to mean? You can't—
God snapped his fingers, and Bill was gone, vanished, and with a flick of his wrist, all the damage and transformations that Bill had performed had disappeared. It was as though the demonic triangle had never even been there in the first place. Though Dr. Bright, who was acting site director at the time, had some Scranton reality anchors turned on around the perimeter just to be safe. You can never be too careful with reality warping demons after all. Later that day, Dr. Bright approached God and asked him what he'd actually done with Bill. God chuckled and replied,
For a being of such immense power, he really had a rather childish mindset. So I sealed him away inside a children's cartoon where he couldn't do any further damage.
What was the cartoon? Dr. Bright asked.
A charming little Disney show called Gravity Falls,
God replied. He's waiting for you in the dark. He sits cross-legged, still as a placid lake, and patient as a praying monk 6 feet deep in meditation. He's been like this for so long, his body oil slicked with deadly black grease, skin ancient and haggard, eyes black and flat with the kind of calm you'd only find in crawling insects and great white sharks. His lipless mouth is stretched across his jawbone in an ugly black rictus. He may be an old man, but trust us, he's got plenty of new tricks he'd love to show you. He sat in the loneliest place in the world, the deep, dark bowels of an SCP Foundation containment site, surrounded by a complex confluence of containment measures, different shapes, running liquids, bright lights, the kind of steel so thick a nuclear weapon would only leave it scuffed. All the things that had a tendency to confuse him, because that's all they ever did. The old man laughed to himself very quietly. All the people out there are so scared of him because of one immutable fact. He isn't trapped here, he's just resting. By virtue of his unique anomalous abilities to pass through solids at will and resist any form of physical damage they can dole out, there is no way to really contain him like all the others. All the SCP Foundation could hope to do was make leaving inconvenient enough for him to make his little adventures on the outside less appealing than just sitting around doing nothing. After all, he had all the time in the world, and when you always have a later, there's a lot less pressure to do anything now. But like all thinking creatures, and please be aware that SCP-106, the wretched, terrifying old man, is very much a thinking creature, he was subject to occasional boredom. And when most people are bored, they might play a video game, watch a few YouTube videos, or rewatch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for the 5th time. But for the old man, killing boredom involved, well, killing people. But not just killing people, of course. Truth be told, for him, killing was really the least entertaining part of the whole affair. The screams, the begging, the desperate pleas, warm tears on shaking cheeks, convulsions of pain, cold sweats, fear so intense it gives way to gibbering madness, the dull sheen of dead hope in their eyes when they realize that their doom is inevitable, and that he, their captor, their torturer, would decide the exact moment they slipped into the void. Oh, that was what he lived for. If you could call what the old man did living. He cracked his neck and licked his teeth. Was he salivating? All those thoughts about pain seemed to have got him worked up. He could feel the distant thumping of his heart, old black blood pumping through the dusty corridors of his vascular system, synapses booming and sparking with excitement at the thought of plumbing new depths of human misery. Like a scholar of suffering, a pioneer of pain. All those silly Foundation drones, with the audacity to think they're in control, he'd teach them to scream again. Meanwhile, in the room for the old man's containment chamber, all hell was breaking loose. Monitors on the monster's vitals were all spiking. Heart and brain activity peaked, just as they always did before the old man decided to get active. Cameras in his containment chamber showed him rising steadily to his feet, cracking his joints, limbering up. His body started to produce that terrible corrosive mucus at an accelerated rate, pooling around his feet and unleashing squalls of noxious fumes as it melted into the floor. Years of Foundation testing, and they still couldn't find any material that could withstand that vile black slop. As the old man began strolling towards the wall, a containment specialist in the control room grabbed a nearby phone and sounded the alarm for the containment breach. They needed a mobile task force, and every guard on site mobilized to tackle 106 before he got into the facility proper and started causing havoc. They couldn't risk it escaping either. The infamous incident when the old man escaped for a Halloween massacre still haunted the nightmares of many a staff member. He had to be stopped. Now. A small fighting force was quickly armed and assembled, along with armor and several high-intensity portable lights to hopefully slow the monster down in time for them to grab a D-class and set up the femur breaker. By the time they all reached the hallway they intended to use as a choke point for the escape, the old man was already halfway through the outer layer of defense, phasing through the wall with that same terrible, manic grin he always had when he was about to inflict terrible violence for the sheer fun of it. The guards and task force members trained their lights and weapons on him. All of them had seen terrible things on the job, the kind of things that would saddle almost anyone with a lifetime of trauma, but almost nothing compared to the horror of direct engagement during a 106 containment breach. That terrible old coffin dodger was hell on two legs. When they discovered to their horror that the lights didn't seem to be slowing him down as much as anticipated, they fell back on Plan B. That B standing for blast the living hell out of him with everything they had. The personnel opened fire, pumping round after round into his dark form. While each gave a loud, meaty splatter, the old man didn't even flinch. When he was close enough, all those months of lethargy gave way to sudden, deadly speed. In many ways, the old man was like a crocodile, a fierce and intelligent ambush predator who conserved his energy wisely. He could seem so deceptively languid that you could easily mistake him for something slow and harmless, but when you got within arm's reach, The sudden quickness and ferocity would take you off guard, and by then, it's already too late. Within 30 seconds, the old man was the only thing left alive in that hallway. All the guards and task force operatives sent to slow him down lay dead, dripping with his black mucus. There was silence, save for the quiet fizzing of the mucus eating into their clothes and skin. The old man sighed. How boring. He'd killed so many people now. It all started to seem a little samey. How many screams could you hear before they all just blended into a single shrill whine? You can get sick of even your favorite meal if you eat it too often. But that didn't matter. The old man had a different order of business today. He happened to be inside an SCP Foundation containment facility, filled with so many fascinating specimens of non-human entities that the one they called SCP-106 simply couldn't wait to torture. He'd only met a small portion of the ones they had contained here, but given what a fascinating experience his past attack on his fellow anomalies was, he couldn't wait to meet some more. Meanwhile, the site's top brass did all they could to try to mobilize a second response to the rogue senior citizen from Hell currently strolling through their high-security containment facility. Could they get in contact with other mobile task forces deployed in the area? Maybe they could get Hammerdown or Samsara in on this mess before anything got really out of hand. The old man seemed more intent on something this time. They suspected even the femur breaker might not work in luring him back until he claimed whatever he deemed to be his prize. Maybe they should contact the O5 Council. Security guards were tracking 106's progress through the facility via their vast networks of security cameras. They warned any research, administration, and janitorial staff to clear out of his path, unless they felt like being tortured to death. He hadn't dragged anyone into his pocket dimension yet, so whoever that privilege was reserved for would probably be getting a particular sticky experience. They could only speculate as to the silent beast's intentions. One guard noticed something. When cross-referencing 106's movements with a map of the facility, they were able to triangulate where he was heading, straight for the containment chamber of SCP-096. The guard's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, if one of you freaks can actually kill the other, maybe something positive will come out of this disaster. The old man was having a stroll down memory lane. The time prior, when he broke out of his cell and decided to hassle his fellow inmates, was certainly eventful. He wound up in the company of some cantankerous reptile and a Korean foxwoman, an unlikely pair if ever there was one. After finding himself in a room with them, he decided they should have a little more privacy and dragged them back into his pocket dimension for further fun. Of course, with two at once, his attention had been a little split. They spent as much time tussling with each other as resisting his attempts to torment them. They definitely put him through his paces that day, and he gave far better than he got. After so many hours of brutal mutilation, there was barely any of the lizard left, despite its frustrating insistence on quickly healing from so many of its wounds. Still, it was good exercise, even if the results had been a little less than satisfying. If he could get another anomaly alone, though, he'd be able to take his time and really savor the pain he caused. Oh, that sounded heavenly. Soon he came upon an incredibly strange containment chamber that quickly caught his eye. It looked like a huge metal cube, with no way in or out, not even a seam. Whatever was trapped in there, the old man thought it must be something that even the fools at the SCP Foundation really, truly wanted nothing to do with. But even more so than the strange sight, it was the sound that drew the old man in, tempting him like a siren song. It was weeping, a soft, sobbing keen that betrayed a bottomless well of misery. Whatever was making that crying sound had known true despair, or whatever passes for true despair before you've had a close encounter with the old man in his pocket dimension. The old man grinned and thought,
Oh, Sonny, I'll give you something to really cry about.
He stepped forward and faced his way into the metal cube. The creature was in the corner. In contrast to that stupid lizard, this monster was pleasingly humanoid, with, presumably, all the familiar pain points. Splendid. The only real difference was color and proportion. It was far longer and ganglier than the average human, with grayish skin and no hair anywhere on its body. Still, it was something the old man could work with. The creature didn't even seem to register his presence. It just sat crumpled in the corner, weeping. Still grinning his lunatic grin, the old man approached and rested a moist hand on the creature's shoulder. Its pale skin began to fizzle from the intruder's corrosive touch. A pool of vile sludge began spreading out beneath his feet until the creature was encompassed too. Little by little, they sank into the old man's favorite place out of the world. The pocket dimension, his own personal, eternal, infinite dungeon, where the only laws are pain and terror for all but the old man himself. Little did he know, this time, the scores may be a little more even on that front. They both stood in that terrifying labyrinth of hallways and chambers where the old man had made countless lives infinitely worse than any terrible afterlife that could follow them. And still, this creature didn't seem to change its reaction. He was almost irritated by it. And what's more, this whole time, the creature hadn't even turned to look at him. He'd have to fix that too. The old man, with his shocking strength, gripped the monster's shoulder and whipped him around, staring into his face, bearing his black eyes and manic smile. But he couldn't help find what looked back at him disconcerting. Its eyes were blank and white, its face stretched and warped into a permanent grimace, like Munch's old painting, The Scream. And the second the old man laid eyes on it, that's exactly what it did. Its gaping mouth let out the most terrible wail the old man had ever heard in all his years of torturing. It was a scream of unknowable sadness and fear, but somehow the old man sensed that this creature didn't fear him. It feared itself. Feared what it was about to do. What the hell had he dragged down here with him? Without warning, the terrible wail soon gave way to sudden and ferocious aggression. Just like the old man had dealt out to a group of Foundation guards and mobile task force agents earlier that same night, it was only out of a mix of pure luck and his own finely tuned animal instinct that the old man was able to dodge the first strike from the creature's long, lithe forelimb. He couldn't believe it. They were in his special place, and this victim of his had the audacity to fight back? Well, he'd soon put this monster in its place. As the monster continued roaring and swiping for him, the old man simply walked backwards into a nearby wall, disappearing into a black stain. Of course, the monster, better known to the Foundation as SCP-096 or the Shy Guy, simply crashed through the wall to give chase, but on the other side, just another wall. He disappeared. How? Typically, when something sees the face of the Shy Guy, he immediately has a kind of intuitive connection to them. He can sense their presence. It's burned into his mind. A homing beacon, an unstoppable imperative. He knows exactly where they are and how to get them. But nothing about this situation was typical. The Shy Guy felt all the murderous rage he normally did, but the rest was just static. Where was the life he needed to abolish hiding? Suddenly, the old man emerged behind him and forced his hand into the Shy Guy's back. His fist melted straight through flesh and skin, causing the creature to let out another terrible wail. But as could be expected, they didn't leave a scratch on the Shy Guy's indestructible skeleton. The Shy Guy pulled a 180 and swung for the old man again, but he was already gone. Here in the pocket dimension, the old man had the ultimate home turf advantage. Here, space and time were his playthings. In the infinite twisting, labyrinthian walls of the pocket dimension, the old man wasn't just the devil, he was God too. But it would take far more than some cheap tricks and bodily harm to dissuade the Shy Guy from his sole purpose in life. He began running through the old man's personal maze like a crazed lab rat, tearing through wall after wall, forever searching for the monster that trapped it here. He would see the smiling face of that rotten old man every so often, the flash of black eyes and dirty teeth in shadows. But every time it tried to strike the shadows, there would be nothing there. And every time he got a chance, the old man would emerge from the shadows behind the Shy Guy to strike back, clawing into his flesh and vanishing again before the trapped beast could retaliate. The nasty old sadist was now starting to have some fun. It was a reflex test, a classic game of high-stakes whack-a-mole, and every time the creature failed to strike him, its distress only seemed to grow. This was perfectly fine for the old man. After all, he enjoyed a little mental torment as much as he loved physical torture, and a human would have died or given in to despair long before now. This monster's wonderful mix of resilience and pain made it a great chew toy. The old man kept up this routine, baiting and striking until something unanticipated happened. He appeared, waited for the swing, disappeared as it approached, then reappeared behind the Shy Guy to deliver another painful strike. This time, however, it seemed his victim had anticipated his pattern. Before he could hit the creature, the Shy Guy turned, quicker than anything the old man had ever seen, and hit him with such force he flew through several walls in his own maze, shattering them as he went. He hit the ground, stunned by the fact that the Shy Guy had actually landed a hit, but he wasn't done. The shrieking monster came bounding after him. Before the old man could stand, it struck him again and again and again, pounding his vile body into the ground, which cracked and crumbled. The old man sneered and sank into a puddle of his mucus on the ground. The old man was gone again. SCP-096 screamed in a mix of rage, despair, and frustration, so consumed with its hunt that it didn't notice the pool of corrosive mucus was slowly growing. It began to rise, bubbling and hissing at SCP-096's feet, getting deeper and deeper and deeper as the walls rose taller and taller around it. The creature wailed until a tide of the awful stuff reached its face and cascaded down its throat, melting all the organs within. As the creature was fully submerged, SCP-106 manifested atop the wall and looked down, smiling spitefully. He thought,
"Oh, you may have had me there, boyo, but in the end, I always win. Nothing could survive that."
And yet bubbles still rose from the slop below. The old man gritted his rotten teeth and balled his fists in quiet anger. Moments later, back in our dimension, a portal opened in the ground of SCP-096's containment chamber. It vomited out SCP-096's skeleton, smothered in bubbling black goo, and SCP-106. 096 would probably be fully regenerated within a couple of hours, and if 682's encounter with him was anything to go by, probably extremely unwilling to interface with the old man. And the old man himself, who couldn't help but feel a little humiliated by the whole experience, was glad the two of them would probably never meet again. He left the regenerating 096 and commenced the walk of shame back to his containment chamber. They didn't even need the femur breaker. He just felt like having a sit down and processing it all. Nobody else would ever know what happened in the pocket dimension that day, and for the old man's pride, that was probably for the best. But he'd know. He'd always know. By the night's end, he was sitting in his containment chamber again, forlornly wondering,
"God damn it, old timer. Have you lost your edge?"
Abel wandered through the sands, a lone warrior, dragging a long, dark sword behind him, his black cloak flowing in the gentle breeze. The sword was thirsty. It had been too long since it tasted blood. What had it been? A day since he cut down 10 men in a tavern without breaking a sweat? They'd bled and screamed like pigs as he diced them into bloody chunks. He couldn't remember their faces. They hadn't earned that. Very few combatants had been remarkable enough to warrant committing to memory. It was all just more dead flesh. He took a sip from his canteen and sighed. Did this world hold no more challenges? What a boring eternity was laying out before him. His burden as the greatest warrior of all time weighed on him heavier than the chain. It was old and rusty, levered over his shoulder and grasped in one bloody hand. About 15 feet behind him, the chain was connected to a dark stone sarcophagus that was as much a part of him as his eyes, skin, or heart. If ever he was slain in the glorious heat of battle, he'd rise out of it, ready to fight and kill another day. All because of the actions of his worthless, good-for-nothing brother. He looked up when he heard the rush of footsteps and the clanking of armor. Warriors, or whatever passed for them around here, about 20 of them, circled all around him. Yes. Oh, yes. His grip tightened around his sword. One of the warriors called out something about him being under arrest by order of the king for murders beyond counting. Abel couldn't help but yawn. Words, words, words. Why even bother? He dropped the chain, and in one fluid motion, he threw his sword. In a fraction of a second, it pierced the armor of the chattering man, spearing him through his formerly beating heart. The scream died in his throat. He fell to his knees, then collapsed entirely. The other soldiers sent to kill or apprehend him turned to their fallen leader and gasped. It was that little gasp, that moment of distraction, that sealed their fates. Abel's face cracked into a whisper of a grin as he drew 2 long daggers from the darkness of his coat. He'd at least try to have fun with this. Before the others could even get over their leader's sudden death, Abel had vaulted forward and begun his delicate dance of slaughter. Every swing found its way through armor and into skin. He sliced throats, cleaved off heads, parried blows, and pierced hearts. There was barely a single scream. Abel killed too quick for screams. In what would seem like the blink of an eye for some, the soldiers around Abel fell. Most dead, the rest dying. Some looked up to him in their dying moments, in terrified awe of the efficacy of their killer. In their dying moments, they knew that they never had a chance. They might as well have been facing the glistening scythe of death himself on the battlefield. Abel, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and sighed. Another pathetic waste of time. He sensed movement in the corner of his eye. One of the wounded soldiers was limping to his feet, trying to use the sword to lever himself off of the ground. With a flick of each wrist, Abel tossed his knives into the man, killing him instantly. It really was that easy.
"Your attempt to kill me does not offend me,"
he said to whoever was still able to hear.
"What offends me is that they would send so few, and that those few would be such pitiful excuses for soldiers. This wasn't a battle. It was a mercy killing."
He was ready to turn around, grab the chain, and carry on walking, when he felt a sudden pain in his back. There was a slight whistle, then another sharp spike of pain. There were now 2 arrows sticking out of his back. Abel turned surprised and saw a much larger force standing behind him. Swordsmen, archers, men with clubs and axes and chains. The ones he'd killed were little more than a distraction. This was the real threat. This was a real army. Perhaps these fools would give him some actual exercise. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a mighty obsidian battle axe. At the very least, he tried to have a little fun turning this fighting force into cold cuts. A fog of arrows sailed through the air as he charged forwards, perforating his body, but the injuries didn't slow him down. He lunged, slashed, and cleaved. Even as the weapon struck him, he carried on, killing person after person. At times, it was almost exciting. Almost, but not quite. By the time he was done, none were left standing. 30 arrows were sticking out of him. He had been cut deep by more weapons than he could count on his fingers and toes. He was breathing deeply, scarred chest pumping up and down. He coughed blood and cracked his neck back into place. They might have cut him a little too deep this time. No matter. Abel fell to his knees, feeling the life draining from him. He wondered when he awoke from the coffin again what the world would look like. Sometimes it was days. Sometimes weeks, months, or even years. As he fell forward, dying once again, he'd hoped that he'd wake into a world with a warrior or beast that could actually challenge him. Maybe someday. This was one of Abel's many lives, hundreds of years before he was contained by the SCP Foundation. He's perhaps the greatest warrior who ever lived, died, and lived again. He's a man so individually deadly that not only is he kept in a containment chamber under the sea, surrounded by highly trained and armored guards, he has his own localized on-site nuclear weapon, ready to blow away and annihilate him and his entire containment area if deemed necessary. He may not be a contagious anomalous pathogen or a lethal mimetic hazard, or a giant beast shooting world-destroying fireballs in every direction, but if this one-man massacre was left to his own devices, there's no doubt that he would methodically slaughter his way through the human race until an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario was practically inevitable. He was fueled by pure hatred and an almost bottomless bloodlust. He simply lived to fight and kill. And not only did he have the will and the skill to be a pure force of annihilation, but his anomalous abilities also make him perfectly tailored to the task. He has massively enhanced physical strength, speed, and durability, taking the kind of damage that would kill several normal humans to reliably put him down. Though even that is only a temporary measure. Abel will always resurrect back into his black sarcophagus to menace the SCP Foundation another day. It is also effectively impossible to disarm Abel. because he has the anomalous ability to pull deadly edged weapons from localized pocket dimensions at will, and his proficiency with these weapons is unlike any warrior the world has ever known, before or since. During containment breaches, he's regularly killed scores of trained Foundation guards, with both numerical advantages and considerably more advanced ranged weapons. Despite being a simple humanoid, he was taking up a truly insane amount of containment resources. Despite his violent tendencies, Abel is still a recognizable sentient human, albeit an extremely deadly anomalous one. This led some higher-ups at the Foundation to come up with an interesting idea. What if Abel's eternal rage could be harnessed? What if they could use their resources to reshape this rampaging killer into a devoted sword of the Foundation's cause? After all, if he wanted worthy opponents, what could be more worthy than the anomalous monsters that the Foundation faced on a daily basis? And as long as they kept the sarcophagus, even if Abel was killed in the line of duty, he'd still be accounted for. In many ways, if he could be trained and truly brought to heel, there could be no better asset to their coming struggles. It was this logic, allowing anomalies to work for the SCP Foundation in exchange for benefits, that led to the creation of a new, groundbreaking mobile task force, MTF Omega-7, Pandora's Box. This group became the SCP Foundation's Hail Mary Pass. For any particularly dangerous or potentially deadly missions, they could send in Abel along with a group of highly trained Foundation soldiers that even the ancient blade-wielding warrior held respect for. While, like their namesake, Pandora's Box, it would all wind up in terrible tragedy. To begin with, they achieved some of the highest mission successful results of any mobile task force on the Foundation's payroll. No task was too challenging for them to swoop in and crush it. This was far from expected. Abel, one of the most violent SCPs they'd ever contained, suddenly became a great asset to their operations, a vital tool in their quest to keep the anomalous at bay. He cleaved through legions of Chaos Insurgency soldiers during breaches into their secure sites. He fought off well-paid, well-trained, and well-armed bodyguards of Marshall Carter and Dark Limited during Foundation raids on their clandestine operations. He'd even gone toe-to-toe with some of the deadliest anomalies in containment during mass escapes. It was hard to imagine how they'd ever lived without him. Of course, while Abel was happier than he'd had been in years, in his element. In fact, as a working warrior giving varied missions and frequent opponents, there was still something nagging at him. His thoughts were hounded by his white whale, the endless search for a truly worthy opponent, someone or something that could really give him a run for his money. After millennia of leaving opponents dead in his wake, nothing would bring him more joy than meeting someone that actually knocked him on his ass. A new bar somewhere above him to work towards. Oh, what a glorious day that would be. Eventually, the Foundation started to run into a problem. They were running out of missions to give Abel. After all, he wasn't the kind of operative you could just give any mission to. His potential for collateral damage was truly staggering. He'd neutralize the anomaly, then slaughter everyone within 100-foot range just to work off some of the excess energy. Like a hand grenade, he was powerful, but dangerously imprecise. If they ran out of high-priority missions, what were they supposed to do? Just put Abel back in his box to gather dust until someone else rolled around? He was getting antsy enough between missions already. That's when an unexpected member of personnel stepped forward, Dr. Jack Bright. You see, Dr. Bright and Abel had a history, and not an altogether pleasant one. Not that anyone could really have a pleasant history with Abel. Jack was only a junior researcher when he had his run-in, carrying a seemingly worthless medallion dubbed SCP-963 back to its containment locker. That's when a wall next to him exploded, showering him with brick fragments and dust, only to reveal Abel standing behind the new aperture. Before young Dr. Bright even had a chance to scream, Abel had already cleaved through him, leaving him in two distinct parts that were both very much dead. At least, it seemed that way, until it was revealed that Dr. Bright's consciousness had actually been eternally bonded with SCP-963, giving him the gift and curse of immortality. Since then, Dr. Bright had become increasingly reckless in his conduct, perhaps hoping that the next time he fades to black, the movie that is his sad, strange life won't just start to roll again. Of course, he hasn't been lucky in that regard yet. Naturally, this has given Dr. Bright complex feelings about his fellow anomalous Foundation employee. So when the call came around, all the senior researchers and site directors asking if there were any tasks that Abel seemed fit for, he had one very pressing suggestion. After all, it wasn't that long after Dr. Bright had been forced into a cross-test with the intention of terminating 682, which had not only been a failure, but a generally painful and exhausting experience. Now, perhaps it would be Abel's turn to take his lumps. He happily put forth a suggestion, claiming that surely the Foundation's new sword-wielding Golden Boy could give the hard-to-destroy reptile the old college try. After all, even if Abel was killed in the process, he'd just come right back. It was a situation where they really could not lose. So why not take a chance? What's the worst that could happen? The O5 Council found Dr. Bright's pitch extremely compelling. He succeeded in every mission they'd given him so far, so perhaps he could carry that success into the Herculean task of actually terminating 682. One boundlessly bloodthirsty killer might be the only thing truly capable of taking out another of equal magnitude. When Abel was informed of this latest mission, he got a scary glint in his eye. They gave him warning after warning. The beast is said to be unkillable. It can adapt to anything. It's killed scores of people and survived the attacks of anomalies thought to be flawless killers. The more it was explained to him, the more Abel felt the tingling sensation deep within. Was this it? Had he now discovered the perfect opponent? Something that would actually challenge him, would actually put him through his paces? Yes, yes, yes. He accepted the mission without question. Abel would fight SCP-682 until his breath was no longer. In order to prepare for the match, SCP-682 was released into a secure area, rocky desert-like terrain, bordered on all sides by a Foundation perimeter, hundreds of meters away on all sides. They thought it best for the showdown to happen here. After all, with combatants like Abel and 682, it was bound to make a mess, one way or another. Abel strode with pronounced swagger onto the battleground shortly afterwards, carrying perhaps the most powerful sword he'd ever summoned. It was somewhere between a claymore and a chainsaw, an unholy union that gave the resulting weapon a degree of deranged badassery not ever seen on the battlefields of planet Earth before. Carrying this thing, Abel felt like a king, and he was about to slay the most ancient and bestial of monsters. As he approached 682 and took in the whole of it, he could feel his heart pounding with excitement in his chest. It was a huge reptilian nightmare. He could see its scales hardening into a mighty carapace as he approached. Its huge serrated fangs, its bulging sinewy muscles, and insane dagger-like claws. Oh yes, this would be the one. The beast snarled at him as he approached. He just smiled, puffed out his chest, and said,
I have heard tales of creatures like you. Glorious beasts of scale and flesh, talon and fang. A prowess in battle even greater than the immense intellect hiding behind those bestial eyes. They said your kind once ruled the earth from enormous stockpiles of treasure, killing and eating all who displeased you. But you were knocked from your throne one by the great warriors who walk this world no longer, until they were no more, and you became but a mere myth. Even I had thought you to be nothing but fairy tales, but yet here you stand before me, a living dragon. In response to Abel's lofty speech, the monster merely grumbled and chided him, claiming he was little more than a pathetic SCP Foundation lapdog, following orders and being manipulated. It showed no respect for Abel as a valued enemy combatant, merely another nuisance thrown at it in a futile attempt to finish its wretched and seemingly eternal life. Abel couldn't take such insolence. He leapt forwards, bringing down his mighty chainsaw claymore, ready to cleave the beast in two. However, what he didn't expect was the move SCP-682 pulled next, throwing its head up against the blade of Abel's sword, shredding away huge chunks of flesh and bone, and utterly confusing Abel in the process. For the first time in a lifetime of intense battles, Abel found himself thinking,
What the hell am I up against here? The force of 682's headbutt threw Abel off balance, leaving his stomach briefly exposed, but briefly was all SCP-682 needed. It thundered its massive stony fist into Abel's gut, throwing him like a ragdoll into a nearby rock, with such a force that it nearly shattered the rock behind him. It was a force like he hadn't felt in years. He spat some bloody teeth and grinned. This was just what the doctor ordered. He issued a challenge to the beast in a long-dead language, as it seized violently, regenerating, growing, taking on the stony qualities of the ground around it. It looked like a vengeful living mountain, a true behemoth of a beast. In other words, challenge accepted. Abel pulled an obscenely giant mace from the shadows of his cloak, the handle 6 feet long with a chaos of swirling blades and spikes. A perfect weapon for slaying a dragon like this, he thought to himself. The two charged at each other, full of power and fury. Abel swung the mace once again, shattering the creature's head and flinging it back across the battlefield with the sheer force of its strike. The decimated lizard clawed its way into the ground, devouring the rocks and the earth, integrating more matter to fuel its regeneration. But it wasn't long before Abel was upon it again, striking mercilessly, giving blows as the monster gave brutal claw strikes in return. They were ripping each other's bodies apart, piece by piece, but Abel felt so exhilarated he could barely even notice. It was the fight of his life, a battle against a truly worthy opponent. This was heaven. Abel leaped into the air and unleashed a volley of deadly chakram down onto the beast, shredding into its reinforced flesh. As the force of gravity brought him down, he pulled a mighty axe from his cloak and bellowed a warrior's roar as he brought it down, splattering into the nightmarish body of SCP-682. However, this did nothing to even slow the beast down. It flipped over, slashing Abel with its claws. When Abel stumbled, it leaped on top of him, unleashing devastating slashes and punches onto the fallen warrior with the speed of a machine gun firing. When it raised its claw to deal with the killing blow, though, Abel once again turned the tables. He produced a giant pair of mechanical scissors from thin air and sliced off both of SCP-682's forelegs. The beast descended with its mighty jaws to devour Abel, but he kicked up with freakish strength behind his bladed boot. The sheer force of the kick flipped SCP-682 onto its back. Now it was Abel's turn to execute his opponent, though on some level he thought it would be an awful shame to lose such a terrific beast from this world of cardboard. Still, a battle is a battle, and this is how they go. He jumped onto 682 and went berserk, slashing into it relentlessly with blade after blade, pulling out a new one every time the old one broke down from his sheer ferocity. He screamed in incoherent battle fury, tearing, slicing, ripping, rending. Yes, 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 yes! As Abel stepped away to breathe, the beast began to regenerate, releasing a shockwave that started to warp reality around it. But Abel wouldn't have this. No, he would give this beast no quarter. It was time to present the true pain he was notorious for. He pulled a long sword from his cloak and charged, taking air and bringing it down towards SCP-682's head. The beast, sensing the warrior's presence, opened its mouth, unleashing a chasm of horrifying teeth within. The two were on a fierce collision course. As the jaws closed, Abel descended. Both roared in infinite rage and bloodlust. Both combatants fell to the ground, just twitching. Oh, what a glorious, terrible day it had been. Neither had died for good, but both would remember this incredible battle forever. When Abel awoke once more in his dark stone coffin, he did so with a smile. What a battle. What a fight. What a truly honorable pursuit. After so long being bored and unfulfilled, he found an opponent that got his blood pumping once more. His stomach grumbled. A post-battle feast was in order. Now where did they put that magic pizza box? Now go check out SCP-682 Ways SCP Foundation Try to Kill Hard to Destroy Reptile, and SCP-073 and 076 Cain vs. Abel for more about the two legendary combatants involved in today's battle.